way forward. And I would just say to the House, the main issue here is the Carltona principle, which the last government argued meant it was lawful for junior ministers to sign ICOs. The amendment to try and deal with that failed, and we need to find another way of reaffirming that principle. That's at the heart of this case.
The whole House will have heard the Secretary of State not give a reason for why the government did not continue the appeal. Government lawyers told the last government there were grounds for appeal. Policy Exchange, in a report in January written by Professor Richard Eakins and Sir Stephen Laws, said that the High Court had almost certainly been mistaken in its judgment and that there were very, very strong grounds for an appeal. So why did the government drop it? And why hasn't the government yet brought forward its own legislation to clear this mess up once and for all?
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman, the Supreme Court judgment was in 2020. The last government couldn't find a legal solution in almost 3 years. 3 years. They weren't able to find one. I am committed to finding one, and I promise that I will update the House when we have found it.
Economies. Number 2, Mr. Speaker. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the New Decade New Approach, the UK Government committed to make funding available for a range of projects aimed at supporting community and reconciliation initiatives. My officials regularly discuss these commitments with their devolved counterparts. On addiction services, it is now for the Northern Ireland Department for Health to consider how best to use this funding and bring forth a business case to the Government on that basis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Derry were made a promise during the NDNA negotiations. I remember because I negotiated that particular part of it, where the North and Centre would get £1 million for the redevelopment of a brand new centre for addiction. Now, the Northlands organisation have saved countless lives in Derry. Now they're being told by the Department of Health in Stormont that their core funding has been cut and that this money is not guaranteed to them. Does the Minister agree with me that the Department of Health is in no position at all to undermine an international agreement?
The honourable member is a powerful advocate for his constituents, for the Northland Centre and for the need for services to tackle the scourge of addictions. I join him in recognising the need for support for people with addictions, but it is now up to the Department for Health, it's devolved, to bring forward a business plan based on their review of addiction services for what will provide the best support to the most people.
Katrina Murray.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Sarah Stay.
Economic growth is the priority for this government, and our industrial strategy is central to that. It will be published in June and will support the Executive's plans for growth. The latest NISRA statistics show that Northern Ireland experienced stronger growth than the UK as a whole last year.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Northern Ireland has a long and proud history of advanced engineering industries. What discussions has the Right Honourable Gentleman had with the Ministry of Defence to ensure that companies such as Spirit Aerospace are able to access this government's increased investment in defence?
Well, I'm sure my honourable friend, like the whole House, will welcome the increase in defence expenditure that was announced recently. Northern Ireland has a very strong and significant defence sector. Spirit is part of that. And the Secretary of State for Defence has made it very clear that he wants this increase in defence expenditure to result in more jobs and more orders for British companies.
Katrina May. Well, Gregory Camp.
Mr. Speaker, economic growth will be supported by physical connectivity, such as the new Grand Central Station in Belfast, where there is some controversy regarding the Irish language signage, which I know the Secretary of State made comment upon, saying there were so many more important things to be involved in. Setting that view to one side, can he confirm that if there were no executive at Stormont, that he as Secretary of State would be in the position of taking decisions such as that one and other equally important issues?
Well, the new Grand Central Station is a magnificent piece of infrastructure, and to any members of the House who haven't yet had the chance to visit it, I recommend that they do so. I am not contemplating for 1 second that there will not be an executive in place, because what is perhaps the single most important contribution that the executive can make to continued economic growth in Northern Ireland, it is to stay in place and to give confidence to those we are all working hard to encourage to come and invest in Northern Ireland's economic future.
Hammer.
Secretary of State, I regularly have representation from businesses, some of our biggest employers frustrated at the apprenticeship levy. They pay in like businesses in Britain but can't access the fund to reinvest in skills and to fix our broken skills pipeline. Would you agree with me that there's merit in devolving this to the Assembly as part of a package of measures to encourage the Executive to take responsibility and control and ambition for the local economy and to drive growth?
Well, I would say that there's a great deal that the Executive can do to help promote economic growth. I've just given one example, and investing and supporting in skills development is another, because Northern Ireland has the lowest unemployment in the United Kingdom, but it does have a higher rate of worklessness, and getting more people back into work and giving them the skills to take part in the economy will help boost growth.
Alexis.
Mr. Speaker, Secretary of State, economic growth under the Windsor Framework document and Northern Ireland Protocol have been severely damaged, and we see under the new EU arrangements that food and animals will be able to go between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK unfettered. Why was manufacturing not included in that, and when are they going to remove the custom posts?
Well, the SPS agreement that was reached with the European Union on Monday is extremely significant. As the honourable member will know, it has been very widely welcomed by businesses right across Northern Ireland, including the supermarkets, the retailers and farmers, because of the assistance it will give in getting rid of a lot of the elements associated with the SPS arrangement. It is the fruition of this government's determination when we came into office to negotiate a closer relationship with the EU, and that is exactly what we've done.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Dr Al Pink.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've just heard since last we met in this place for these questions, we have had the announcement of the UK-EU SPS agreement, and that is coming as a great reassurance to many Northern Irish agri-food retailers. But the Northern Ireland Chamber has cautioned that key trade barriers remain, particularly around broader regulatory divergence across supply chains and ongoing customs issues under the Windsor Framework. So can I ask the Secretary of State how the latest arrangements will ease, in his opinion, East-West trade in practice? And what specific customs reform has he identified and does he intend to pursue to further cut red tape and unlock the full potential of dual market access and latent economic growth in Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Well, I would say that in addition to the SPS deal on the issue of customs, the significantly reduced Windsor Framework customs arrangements introduced on the 1st of May will of course remain in place because the UK is not in the EU customs union and we have no intention of joining it. And it is clear from the text of the agreement what will be removed and that customs information will remain for SPS goods. But we are working hard to make life easier, and the change that was introduced on the 1st of May, for example, reduced the number of lines of information that needed to be provided from 75 to 21. That is a very good example of how we're working with the EU to make it easier for goods to flow.
Sir David Davis.
Number 4, sir.
Secretary of State.
The veterans who served in Operation Banner did so with distinction in very difficult circumstances and ultimately helped to bring about the peace that Northern Ireland now enjoys. We owe them a huge debt of gratitude. I'm currently considering measures for our legacy legislation to ensure better protections for elderly veterans, together with the Defence Secretary and the Minister for Veterans.
David Davis. Sir David.
Thank you for that. 722 of our soldiers were killed by paramilitary murderers during the Troubles. Not one of those deaths will be revisited. Because of the current circumstances, however, hundreds of brave men who served their country, as he says, with honour, patriotism and integrity, face a sword of Damocles of politically motivated trials hanging over them. I can think of no better example of two-tier justice. Whatever the government does, it has to take that away, and do so in a way that cannot be circumvented by clever, politically motivated lawyers. Will you give the House an undertaking he will do that?
Well, I would say to the right honourable gentleman, I agree with what the former Defence Secretary said in 2019, he said the British Army upholds British values, which is the rule of law, and that's what we stand for. I would just caution, if I may, the right honourable gentleman, to be a little bit careful about using the phrase politically motivated prosecutions. I hope I've correctly quoted him, because let us be clear, decisions about any prosecutions in any cases are taken by the independent public prosecution service that is entirely separate from the executive.
Shadow Minister Mikewood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support the petition brought forward by my right honourable friend, which, as of this morning, has more than 90,000 signatures, showing the strength of public feeling on this issue. But almost a year ago, the Labour Party published its manifesto saying that it would scrap the Legacy Act, yet it has still presented no alternative. Victims are in limbo and veterans are in limbo. The last Labour government handed out letters of comfort for terrorists, but nothing for elderly veterans. So when will the Secretary of State finally show the House his plans, and how can veterans have confidence that they will get the protection they deserve?
Well, I would just say to the honourable gentleman that we've begun the process of repealing and replacing the Legacy Act in the proposed draft remedial order, which would deal with conditional immunity that was struck down by the courts and which we came into office committed to remove because it did not command support across Northern Ireland, because it would have given immunity to terrorists, including terrorists who killed the soldiers that the right honourable gentleman who asked this question referred to earlier. I do intend to bring forward legislation when parliamentary time allows to complete that process, because this government has inherited a completely hopeless piece of legislation which has been found time and time again to be incompatible with our international obligations.
Gavin Robinson.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker, and the Secretary of State will know that as part of the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, we've been engaging with victims right across Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom to assist them in their quest to see some personal closure, truth and justice on legacy. And veterans, like many other victims, have indicated to us that whilst they are listened to, they have not been heard. Will the Secretary of State confirm that he intends to announce his proposals on legacy in parallel with the Irish Government before the summer recess?
Well, I will inform the House of proposals in due course. I am in discussions, and that is well known publicly, with the Irish Government, because the reason the Legacy Act resulted in so much trouble, difficulty and produced so much incompatibility with our international obligations is because the last government, having negotiated the Stormont House Agreement with the parties and the Irish Government, then decided to perform a 360-degree turn and put in legislation that didn't command support in Northern Ireland. I want to make progress on this as quickly as possible, and I'm continuing to talk to all parties about doing so.
Speaker, can I caution the Secretary of State that he should be adhering to the stranded approach, and where it is appropriate to talk to the Irish Government, it should be within that context, and he should not be subjugating our responsibilities on legacy, but nor should he be letting the Irish Government away with their obfuscation on this issue either. One of the most startling things we experienced last week was a victim who asked us collectively whether we were aware of government plans to secure a ceasefire from dissident Republicans that in return would lead to the release of dissident Republican prisoners. Can I ask the Secretary of State, in all good conscience, to recognise that dissident Republicans are a cancer in Northern Ireland and more of them should be in jail? Will he rule out the suggestion that was brought to us as a committee?
Well, I can say directly to the right honourable gentleman, there are no such plans.
Number 5, please.
Thursday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Good Friday Agreement has brought peace, security and a better life to the people of Northern Ireland. It remains an unparalleled achievement almost 30 years on from its signing, and I pay tribute to all those involved in its creation for their political courage, bravery and willingness to compromise.
Speaker, I recently visited the West Bank and the occupied Palestinian territories with my honourable member from St Ives. There we saw a systematic process of one community being taken over by another, with the Israeli government building walls and fences to protect the settler community. The Minister is of course aware of the great results Mo Mowlam achieved in securing peace in Northern Ireland following a process of engagement with both sides, a process which resulted in walls and fences being broken down and a mutual respect and a common peace being achieved. Will the government commit to using the lessons of Mo Mowlam and the Northern Ireland peace process to help securing a lasting peace in the Middle East?
Well, I share with the honourable member and the whole House a wish to see lasting peace in the Middle East, and what is happening at the moment is appalling and intolerable. But I think the most important lesson from the Good Friday Agreement was the courageous political leadership that was shown by the parties to the conflict, people like John Hume and David Trimble. And I just have to say that tragically, that same courageous political leadership is absent in the Middle East.
Dr. Lauren Sullivan.
Number 6, please.
Minister.
Rates of violence against women and girls are higher in Northern Ireland than anywhere else in the UK. This government is committed to working with the executive to tackle this emergency, and I have met and supported many politicians and organisations across Northern Ireland who are doing just that. Minister Phillips and I recently met in Belfast with the Northern Ireland TEO and Justice Ministers to discuss working closely together, including on online safety and support for frontline organisations.
Lauren Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The strategy for tackling violence against women and girls must challenge attitudes that enable it. Could the Minister please outline recent discussions she's had with stakeholders across Northern Ireland to support these campaign efforts?
Yeah. I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend about tackling attitudes. I have met with and I'm supporting many groups, and two to highlight that I visited are the excellent Foyle Family Justice Centre in Derry, Londonderry, which supports victims, and the work done by St Joseph's Boys' School in Cregan, who are doing fantastic work with the support of White Ribbon NI through the Shaping Mindsets programme, which tackles toxic masculinity head-on in the school.
Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister of State for Northern Ireland for all she does in relation to her visits and the people she's encouraging across Northern Ireland, especially women and ladies and young girls. Minister, those are encouraging visits, but what we really need to see in Northern Ireland is legislative change, harder sentences, longer sentences and more people being convicted. What discussions has the Minister had with the Police and Justice Minister in Northern Ireland to ensure that legislatively we're moving fast to try and stop with all the violence against women and ladies in Northern Ireland?
I thank the honourable member for raising this, and he's absolutely right that this needs to be absolutely rooted in what happens on the ground. I've met with the executive unit who's working with the police to tackle perpetrators, and they are seeing evidence of doing that. Legislation can join up between our jurisdictions, is absolutely right, but also tackling online. That's what's come across to me in many of the visits. So the Online Safety Act is now being enacted through Ofcom, who is doing a consultation in Belfast recently about its draft guidance. It proposes practical steps for online safety on tackling misogyny, on pylons, on domestic abuse and other harm. So he's absolutely right. It's those efforts on the ground that we can all do by working together.
Luke Evans.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
The trade deal with the United States of America, together with the agreements with the EU and India, are very significant. Northern Ireland exporters, including services, technology and farming, will benefit in the same way as other parts of the UK. In particular, the US deal is a major opportunity for Northern Ireland farmers to sell their high-quality beef to a US market of over 300 million people.
Dr. Luke Evans.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for his answer, but there seems to be wildly different interpretations of what this means for Northern Ireland. So could the Secretary of State clarify what it means for imports and exports being treated under these deals when it comes to the impact of the EU tariffs? And was this explicitly discussed at the EU-UK summit?
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to point out that in the event of there being EU retaliatory tariffs directed at the United States of America, it would have an impact in Northern Ireland because of its dual market access I can write further to him with details about how precisely it works. It depends partly on whether there is less or more than a 3% difference between the tariff in the EU and the tariff that applies in the UK.
Mr. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The union between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which we will be discussing next month at the East-West Council, remains strong. The deal with the EU will enable the smooth flow of agri-food and plants within the UK's internal market, and that's why it has been overwhelmingly welcomed by businesses.
Jim Allister.
In referring to the deal with the EU, what the Secretary of State, of course, ignores is that Northern Ireland continues to be under foreign customs code provisions, which means there are still customs checks on all goods, including agricultural, moving within this United Kingdom. Can I ask the Secretary of State, when it comes to strengthening the Union, ideologically, personally, is he committed to the Union? Not asking is he committed to the consent principle. Any separatist can accept that. Is he personally and ideologically a unionist?
I and the government support the union, and I also support the Good Friday Agreement. Just to point out to the honourable gentleman, when it comes to customs arrangements, there are no mandatory checks. There are checks as applied generally on the basis of risk and intelligence.
Greg Smith.
9, sir.
Front bench. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has begun the process of repealing and replacing the previous government's Legacy Act. The draft remedial order in Parliament represents the first step, and the government will address the other issues arising from several court findings of incompatibility in primary legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the answers the Secretary of State gave just now to my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, and to my right honourable friend for Goole and Pocklington. He must understand the severe anxiety, particularly for our veterans, of not having a timescale on this. So will he at least commit to putting a deadline on it, and also to taking seriously the findings of the Policy Exchange report?
When I listen carefully to all the representations that are made to me, including that report which I have read, I am committed to bringing forward legislation as soon as possible. It is subject to the availability of parliamentary time, but this government has come into office absolutely committed to remedying the absolute failure that the Legacy Act passed by the last government represents.
Right, we come to Prime Minister's questions. Lewis Cocking.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my deepest condolences, and I'm sure those of the whole House, are with the families and friends of Jenny, Martin and David, tragically killed in the fire in Bicester last week. May I also welcome to the gallery Cheryl Corbell, the mother of Olivia. I'm always humbled by those with the courage to respond to appalling heartbreak by campaigning for change. And I know the whole House will pay tribute to her extraordinary courage and extraordinary resolve. Mr. Speaker, because of the action taken by this government, the UK is now the fastest growing economy in the G7. Interest rates have been cut 4 times, and we've secured our 3rd trade deal in 3 weeks. India, the US and the EU. Deals in the national interest that improve the lives of working people and businesses across the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Labour government has been in power now for almost 12 months. So when will the Prime Minister stop defying the will of the British people, stop dancing around the subject and stop all illegal immigration into the United Kingdom, which has been rising under his watch?
It was the last government that lost control of immigration. Record numbers on net migration, lost control of the borders,
We're bringing forward legislation to give law enforcement the greatest possible powers. What are they doing? They're voting against it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst the economy is showing signs of improving, many pensioners are still impacted by the cost of living crisis. People in Luton who have worked hard all their lives, seeing their precious savings slip away. So can the Prime Minister tell us what measures he will take to help struggling pensioners in towns like mine?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know the economy was left in an absolute mess by the Tories. We had to stabilise the economy with tough decisions, but the right decisions. Because of those decisions, the economy is beginning to improve. Those growth figures last year, the highest growth in the G7, interest rate cuts, 4 in a row, 3 trade deals. But I recognise that people are still feeling the pressure of the cost of living crisis, including pensioners. And as the economy improves, we want to make sure people feel those improvements in their days as their lives go forward. And that is why we want to ensure that as we go forward, more pensioners are eligible for winter fuel payments. As you would expect, Mr. Speaker, we will only make decisions we can afford. That is why we will look at that as part of a fiscal event.
Leader of the Opposition, Itamar Ben-Gvir.
Mr. Speaker, it's extraordinary listening to that last answer from the Prime Minister. Inflation was 2% when Conservatives left office. 2%. It's now nearly double that. When will he recognise that it's Labour's budget driving up inflation?
I think what she forgot to say was over 11% on their watch, and she didn't say a word. I am confident those numbers will come down, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of England is confident those numbers will come down. That's why we've seen 4 interest rates in a row. But I notice she can't resist grabbing any opportunity to talk the country down. She doesn't mention the growth figures, the interest rate figures, record investment, wages up more than prices, 200,000 jobs created, 4 trade deals. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, they haven't learned, they haven't changed, and as George Osborne said, she doesn't have a credible economic plan.
Mr. Speaker, this is laughable from the Prime Minister. He knows that inflation was brought down by us to 2%, bang on target. We were reacting to a war in Ukraine that brought inflation up all over Europe. While he is doing trade deals with countries like the US and India, their inflation is going down. It's going up here. Why? The ONS says the inflation figures are driven by significant increases in household bills. We warned him repeatedly that this is exactly what would happen, what his policies would do. We called it Awful April. The Prime Minister came into office saying that he would tackle the cost of living crisis. He has failed. He hasn't got a clue, has he?
Mr. Speaker, she talks of their record, the disastrous Liz Truss mini-budget, inflation through the work. They left a £22 billion black hole, living standards at an all-time low, energy prices through the roof, mortgages through the roof. And, Mr. Speaker, we're taking measures to bring prices down. That EU deal will bring prices down. That's why supermarkets welcomed it. What did she do? She opposes measures to bring prices down.
Mr. Speaker, he needs to stop whining about what the last government did and look at what he is doing. He is the Prime Minister. Look at the numbers this morning. As if inflation figures weren't bad enough, we've also learned that the Deputy Prime Minister is on manoeuvres. He's lost control of the economy. He's lost control of his cabinet. She's sitting there staring at me. She knew exactly what she was doing when she briefed that into the papers. She is demanding, Mr. Speaker, 8 new tax rises, as if we haven't suffered enough. People out there are struggling. Businesses are struggling. People are losing their jobs. We cannot have more tax rises. Will the Prime Minister rule out new tax rises this year?
Mr. Speaker, she's not learned or changed. They lost the election because their appalling record on the NHS, on health, on prisons, you name it. And now she accuses everyone of whining about the impact that had on the country. It had a huge impact on working people across the country, and they're absolutely right to complain about it. She wants to talk about the Deputy Prime Minister. The Deputy Prime Minister, working with the Chancellor, building 1.5 million new homes. reforming our planning system, putting £7 billion into our economy and bringing forward our employment rights bill, which is the single biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation.
That's desperate stuff. The whole House would have heard the Prime Minister refuse to rule out new tax rises. The whole House heard it. He didn't rule it out. That his cabinet is open warfare. The Deputy Prime Minister clearly calling the shots. What is it that we've learned? We're heading for new tax rises. We know inflation is up. It's just more and more bad news from a Prime Minister who has lost control. So we heard his earlier answer, Mr. Speaker. We heard his earlier answer on winter fuel. Let's try and get some more information. I'm going to ask him a simple question. It only requires one word, yes or no. Is he planning to U-turn on winter fuel cuts?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I made clear in my earlier answer that as the economy improves, we want to take measures that will impact on people's lives, and therefore we will look at the threshold, but that will have to be part of a fiscal event. But, Mr. Speaker, they lost control of every element of the economy, of prisons, the borders, the NHS, you name it. And now she's lost control of her party. They are sliding into oblivion. They will have to trade on their past, Mr. Speaker, because that's all they've got.
Speaker, I made it really easy for the Prime Minister. Just a simple question, yes or no. And he could not answer. I wonder how the public feel about a man who can't give a straight answer to a simple question. And you look at all of them behind him, all of them cheering, when this inevitable U-turn on winter fuel comes, and it will, from a desperate Prime Minister, what will he say to the 348 MPs who went over the top and voted for the winter fuel cut last September? Just like the British public, how can any of them ever trust him again?
Mr. Speaker, it's only because of the measures we've taken that the economy is improving. Growth at the highest rate since in the G7. 4 interest rate cuts, 3 trade deals because countries want to trade with this country because of the decisions that we've made. All of those decisions opposed by the party opposite. They've learned absolutely nothing and they're going absolutely nowhere.
Mr. Speaker, this is a Prime Minister who says he's taking measures. The jobs tax is killing jobs. Inflation is up. Business confidence is down. Everyone is worried. He promised to cut bills, but today we see they are rising because of his policies. He promised not to raise taxes on working people, but his jobs tax means people are losing their jobs. Every week we come here with a new company that is saying they are shedding jobs. That's on his watch. He promised to protect pensioners, but his winter fuel cut has driven thousands into hardship. His MPs hate this. He can't see them, but they all look sick just hearing what it is he's going to do. So let's wait until... Oh, yes, they're laughing. They're laughing. They're laughing.
I expect better from whips. And boys on at the back, I've got my eye on you. Give me better.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. Sorry. Which one wants to leave first? If I hear it, there we are. They've got the first volunteer. Are you going to behave? Kevin Ben.
Mr. Speaker, they are laughing just as they laughed at the budget. Hands up who here wanted winter fuel cuts. Hands up. Not a single one of them. Not a single one of them. The fact of the matter is, this Prime Minister is destroying them. They need to look at what they are doing to the country. The truth is, we all know that it's this Prime Minister, this Labour government, and their policies that are shafting the country, isn't it?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, they look in pretty good form to me, and there's lots of them. Mr. Speaker, she talks about business confidence. Yesterday, I didn't have time to read out the list of all the businesses that have come out in support of our EU deal. Mr. Speaker, I don't have time today. It's a long list. I went immediately to Lidl and spoke to the staff in Lidl. They're delighted with the deal we put forward yesterday. Business like the work we're doing. It's giving them confidence in the EU deal. She's opposed to each and every measure.
Louise Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recently visited Barrow Hill Primary School in my constituency of North East Derbyshire, a school in receipt of a new free breakfast club. The team there are doing a fantastic job, but challenges still remain. What more can we do as a government to support both them and local parents to give the children of Barrow Hill the start in life that they deserve?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and we are united by a shared focus on creating better life chances for our children. And I'm delighted to hear her constituents are already benefiting. Thanks to our plan for change, we'll deliver free breakfast clubs in every primary school in England. And I'm determined to support parents to give every child the best start in life. And that's why we're rolling out free childcare, expanding the first 300 school-based nurseries and delivering more family hubs.
Sir David, the leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about the terrible fire in Bicester last Thursday? I know from my honourable friend, the member for Bicester and Woodstock, how deeply the close-knit community there has been affected by this tragedy. And firefighters Martin Sadler and Jenny Logan were true heroes, as was Dave Chester. And I hope the full prayers and thoughts of the House are with their loved ones and with the 2 firefighters still in hospital. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has rightly said that his new trade deals will give a much-needed boost to economic growth and thus to the public finances. So will the Prime Minister make sure that struggling families and pensioners see the benefits of the growth? He teased the House with his first answer to his honourable friend, the member for Luton North. So will he commit now to reversing his cuts to the winter fuel payment in full?
Mr. Speaker, firstly, can I just thank him for his comments about the Bicester tragedy. It's very important that in a moment like this the House does come together. And we are taking measures, obviously, to help with the cost of living crisis, and that's why the EU deal yesterday was so important, because the impact it will have on prices, particularly in supermarkets, directly affecting those who are affected by the cost of living crisis. Mr. Speaker, what I said before was this, that the economy is beginning to improve. People are still feeling the pressure. That's why we're taking the measures that we are. That's why we're striking the trade deals that we are striking. As that improves, I do want people to feel the benefit of the measures that we are taking. And that is why I want to ensure that more pensioners are eligible for winter fuel. It is important that, as you'd expect, that we are clear we can afford the decisions we're making, and that's why it will now be looked at a fiscal event.
Sherrod David.
Mr. Speaker, I think I welcome what the Prime Minister has said, but we will look at the details, and I hope he will use some of these new proceeds to help others like carers, because the government's changes to PIP will have big consequences for family carers, like Ginny, who cares for her husband Tim, who has myotonic dystrophy. Ginny holds her husband's hand to keep him steady as he walks. He falls frequently and chokes on his food. Ginny is the sole earner in the family. She works part-time on top of caring for Tim. But she's calculated that under the government's cuts, her family will lose £12,000 a year. So can the Prime Minister tell Ginny and many family carers like her, what does he expect them to do?
Mr. Speaker, we have approached this on the basis of the principles that we must support those who need support. On the question of getting people into work, that we should support people into work where they can work, and of course, where they can work, they should. But it is undeniably the case that the current arrangements don't work and need to be reformed. And that's why we're bringing forward reform, necessary reform, to ensure the system works better.
Annalise Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in this place, I read the victim impact statement Cheryl Corbell never got to say to her daughter's killer, Thomas Cashman, because he refused to face her in court. I made up Olivia's Law past second reading, but until it gets royal assent, criminals can still not show up and deny victims justice. So will the Prime Minister commit to making sure Olivia's Law becomes law as fast as possible?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for reading that victim impact statement? because I know from talking to Cheryl just how hard it was for her to make that victim impact statement in the first place. It took a huge amount of courage and grief. And she wanted to read that statement to the perpetrator, as she should have been able to do. And I know how visceral the pain is to her of not being able to have done so from the meetings I've had with her. So I do thank my honourable friend for allowing that victim impact statement to be heard by the whole world, by being read out in this chamber. Cowards who commit these heinous crimes should face the consequences of their action and face those that have had a huge impact on their lives, and that's why we will force offenders to attend the sentencing hearings with longer sentences, unlimited fines and prison sanctions for those who seek to avoid facing justice. And I again pay tribute to Cheryl, who I will meet later on this afternoon, for having the incredible courage to push for that change, notwithstanding the incredibly painful impact it's had on her and her family.
Jim Allister. The government assures us that Northern Ireland is still in the United Kingdom's customs union. If so, how is it then that British steel can be sold to the United States tariff-free, but if the same British steel is sold into Northern Ireland, it's subject to EU tariffs? Why on Monday did the Prime Minister not even try to take back control over the trade laws that govern Northern Ireland?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we reduce tariffs on steel into the US market or other markets, including the EU markets, for obvious reasons. It is also vital that we seek to ensure that we reduce any barriers in trade within the United Kingdom as a whole. Yesterday was a step towards that. There's further work to do, but we do want to get to that place where we can trade without those barriers in the United Kingdom. We'll continue to work on that.
Andrew Pex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will know that thriving high streets are essential to local growth. But in cities like mine, people are increasingly concerned by the uncontrolled growth of betting shops and vape stores. Research shows this concern is not isolated. Nearly half of betting shops and gambling stores are in the 20% of places which are struggling the most, like Peterborough. So can I ask the Prime Minister, will he ask his departments to meet with me and campaigners so we can discuss ways that local communities like mine can take back control of our high streets?
My honourable friend is an excellent champion for his constituents, and we are committed to supporting our nation's high streets to adapt and thrive. Planning applications are required for any new betting office to make sure locals have a say on individual cases, and communities can use the planning system to allow for a change of use of their properties. And I will make sure that he gets the meeting that is asked for.
Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, the EFRA Select Committee published its report on the Government's vision for agriculture. The committee agrees with the Government that land purchase being used to shelter wealth from inheritance tax is a problem that needs to be tackled. As a cross-party committee with a government majority, however, we took the unanimous view that the Government's current proposals for inheritance tax reform will catch too many family farms who will simply not be able to pay the bill. We are asking for the changes to be paused and reworked. Will the Prime Minister listen to the Select Committee and those on his own benches who want to tackle tax evasion and support the farmers who keep producing food for the nation's table?
Well, Mr. Speaker, he knows the very limited impact of the inheritance tax only on farmers of very, very high level. But he will also know the record amount of money we put in at the budget into farming, and of course the measures taken yesterday with the EU deal, which will massively help farmers selling their products into the EU market.
Julia Butley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Wrexham, Shropshire and Midlands Railway is on track to link North Wales and my Shrewsbury constituency directly to London with 5 trains daily, strengthening cross-border travel and fuelling this government's mission to drive economic growth. With 15 members from constituencies along the route already on board, will the Prime Minister support our journey and urge the Office for Rail and Road to give WSMR's open access application the green signal?
Mr. Speaker, our plan for change will see the railways reformed to deliver more reliable and better value services for passengers right across the country. My honourable friend has been a champion for better railways and easier journeys for her constituents. Open access operators have huge potential to offer passengers more choice. I'd be delighted to make sure that she and other interested MPs meet with the Rail Minister to put their case forward.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm right in saying that the Prime Minister might be a lawyer, trained to review evidence and reach judgment. So when he looks at the effects of his decisions, cutting the winter fuel payment, making pensioners poorer, damaging businesses with the jobs tax, decimating rural communities with the family farm tax, and risking our food security by selling off our fishing waters, surely he can review the evidence and see the verdict. Will the Prime Minister now throw these damaging policies out of his court once and for all before they do any more harm?
Well, the evidence is certainly coming in. Growth is the highest in the G7. 4 interest rates in a row, and trade deals with countries across the world who want to do deals with this country because they can see the stability that this government has brought about. Instability with them, stability and growth with this Labour government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is National Epilepsy Week, and we're joined in the gallery by England rugby player Tommy Freeman, who was diagnosed with epilepsy at 19. But through effective treatment has gone on to be selected for the British and Irish Lions, and I hope the Prime Minister will join me in congratulating him on that great achievement. But for a third of epilepsy sufferers, seizures cannot be controlled by medication, like my constituent Ben Lacey, who suffers multiple seizures every single day. Ben will never be able to work, yet has been subject to the stress and uncertainty of multiple PIP reassessments. So will the Prime Minister reaffirm his commitment to ensuring that people like Ben with lifelong conditions who cannot work will be protected from these damaging reassessments and given the support they need to live with dignity?
Well, can I begin by congratulating Tommy and everyone selected to represent the British and Irish Lions. It's an incredible achievement, and we'll be cheering them on. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we do protect those with severe disabilities or lifelong health conditions who can't work, paying them a premium and stopping those reassessments, which is part of the reform that we're bringing about. Ultimately, we also do need to get back to face-to-face assessments by trained assessors and health professionals, which fell to only 1 in 10 assessments under the last government.
The Anders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, keeps telling his gullible backbenchers, those over there, that he's deported 24,000 people from this country since he came into power. But he won't say who these people are. Now, it's my guess that they are people that came on work visas, students, and they are simply overstayers. But I'm willing, Mr. Speaker, to be proved wrong if you can answer one simple question. How many of these people that he's deported are failed asylum seekers that's come on small boats or on the back of lorries? Answer the question.
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that we've removed over 24,000 people. That's the highest record for nearly 10 years. We're taking other measures to get back control of our borders, including the Borders Bill, which gives our law enforcement enhanced powers, including terrorism-like powers. What did his party do? What did he do? He voted against them. And I'll tell you why he voted against them. Because they don't want to fix this problem. Because it benefits them. It benefits them not to fix it. Party before country. It's very good he's standing in for the member for Clacton, I have to say. There was no sign of him yesterday at the EU. So he was the first through the E-gates somewhere to south of France. Nice work if you can get it.
Christine Sullivan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Government's investment of £680 million into mental health support. Meanwhile, in Scotland, many children in my constituency of Bathgate and Linlithgow are stuck on an NHS Lothian neurodevelopmental waiting list, which was only recently seeing patients referred in March 2022. This delay can lead to poor mental health, with children ending up on a CAMHS waiting list too. How will the Prime Minister work with devolved governments to ensure faster diagnosis and greater support so that no child across these aisles grows up on a waiting list?
Well, I thank her for her question. She rightly raises the broken promises of the SNP on mental health services powerfully. It is important, and we will have positive discussion with devolved governments to work on addressing mental health waiting times. But look, the SNP promised to invest in frontline mental health services, then cut them by £54 million in real terms this year. Now, with a record settlement in the budget, 2 decades in power, the SNP are out of excuses and out of ideas, and Scotland deserves better than that.
If the Prime Minister agrees that the Israeli government starving children to death is monstrous, why does he think it's OK for the UK to continue to sell Israel the equipment for the fighter jets to drop bombs on these starving children?
What we contribute into a pot is parts for fighter jets. And if we were to stop that, they couldn't be used by other countries in the other conflicts, including those in which we are involved. It doesn't know the detail at all. They're not sold directly. They go into a pot. If we were to stop that, they wouldn't then be available to others around the world who desperately need them in the conflicts they're engaged in. And that's why we won't do it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Dementia Gateway, my constituency of Stourbridge, was recently at risk of closure following £42 million worth of budget cuts by the Conservative-run Dudley Council. The Gateway is a vital service for dementia patients and their carers, providing daytime activities, advice and support from trained advisors, and following a well-fought campaign with cross-party support, the Dementia Gateway has been saved. So this Dementia Action Week, would the Prime Minister join me in congratulating Lisa and the campaigners? And does he agree with me that services like the Dementia Gateway in Stourbridge are essential and support the government's mission to provide quality care in our communities close to home?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend and celebrate Lisa and all those who've saved this important source of local support. The party opposite left local councils on the brink, unable to provide these vital services, letting down patients across the country. We are committed to improving dementia care through our Plan for Change, which is why we provided £69 billion boost for local government, invested £26 billion in the NHS, and made £3.7 billion available for social care, including an £880 million increase in the social care grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree that imprisoning Lucy Connolly, a young mother with a 12-year-old daughter, for one foolish social media post, soon deleted, is clearly not an efficient or fair use of prison?
Mr. Speaker, sentencing is a matter for our courts, and I celebrate the fact that we have independent courts in this country. I am strongly in favour of free speech. We've had free speech in this country for a very long time, and we protect it fiercely. But I'm equally against incitement to violence against other people. And I will always support the action taken by our police and courts to keep our streets and people safe.
Paul Foster.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recently visited St Catherine's Hospice in Lostock Hall, which serves wonderfully my constituents of South Ribble, those of Ribble Valley, and some of your constituents of Chorley, Mr. Speaker. I discovered, speaking to them, that they have to pay in excess of £350,000 a year for medication, and it can only be sourced from the private sector, not the NHS. Doing some investigating, I found there's an ICB postcode lottery out there. Some ICBs fully fund and supply our medication, some subsidise, some don't supply it at all. There's also a disparity where evidence supports that hospices in the more deprived areas aren't funded, those in the more affluent areas are funded. Would the Prime Minister please speak with the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care as a matter of urgency and get free medication supplied by all ICBs to all hospices across the country?
Well, Mr Speaker, we have put record amounts into the NHS in the budget. We're beginning to see the results of that. I accept the point he makes, and we will look again to make sure the money is properly used in the most efficient way.
We're a Hospice.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A month ago, I was denied entry into Hong Kong on a private visit. At the absence of any explanation, this seems to hint at a hidden blacklist aimed to silence any MP who speaks up against human rights abuses from the Chinese government. Many of us from any political party. Does he agree with me that this is an attack on all of us? And will he personally seek reassurances from the Hong Kong authorities that no British parliamentarian will be denied entry in this way again?
Well, can I thank her? Her experience is deeply concerning, and I know it must have affected her. I think she was hoping to see and later saw her grandchild, but it must have impacted on her, and it is deeply concerning. We need to recognise that. Ministers have raised it, including the Foreign Secretary, on numerous occasions with their counterparts both in China and Hong Kong, preventing UK citizens, including members of Parliament, from entering Hong Kong without justification, or for simply expressing their views is completely unacceptable, and it will only undermine Hong Kong's international reputation and the relationship that we have with them. And so we will continue to raise it.
John MacDonald.
Mr Speaker, you will know that I've raised on several occasions in the House the case of Alaa Abd El Fattah, the British-Egyptian human rights campaigner, who for several years now, many years now, has been imprisoned in Egypt, and whose mother, Layla, went on a 100-day hunger strike. I want to thank the Prime Minister for fulfilling his promise to contact the President Sisi of Egypt to secure Alaa's release, but unfortunately months on now, and Alaa remains in prison, and Layla this week has started her hunger strike again. Could I appeal to him to speak directly again to President Sisi to secure Alaa's release?
Well, can I thank him for raising this, not just today, but on the many occasions that he has. It is incredibly important that we do everything we can in this case. I have met Layla and given her my commitment to do everything I possibly can. I have had a number of contacts myself, but I'm not going to stop doing everything within my power to secure release.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Would the Prime Minister join me in welcoming my constituent Teddy, who is 6 years old, and with his mum Laura, who've come to see us today at Prime Minister's Questions. Teddy is a self-professed eco-warrior on a mission to change the world. He started out by saving thousands of plastic chocolate and sweet tubs from landfill because they're not currently recyclable. Will the Prime Minister commit to ask his Minister for Local Government to meet with Teddy and myself to discuss how we make these tubs recyclable? And does he agree with me that no matter how small you are never too little to make a big difference?
Well, can I welcome Teddy on my behalf and on behalf, I think, of the whole House. It is really incredible that Teddy has done so much already and is in the gallery somewhere. Many of us struggle for a whole lifetime to make an impact on government policy. Teddy is already age 6, having an impact, and I'll make sure that he gets to speak to the relevant minister.
Final question, Rosie Wright.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Following on from my honourable friend, I also want to mark that this week is National Epilepsy Week, an important opportunity to raise awareness of a condition that affects so many but often remains invisible. Epilepsy comes with fear and uncertainty, the anxiety of having a seizure, the impact of losing a driving licence, and the worry about medication shortages. In the UK, 1 in 100 people live with epilepsy. That's up to 6 of us in this chamber, including myself. So today I ask the Prime Minister, will he join me and the inspiring campaigners watching from the gallery in marking National Epilepsy Week as we continue to raise awareness of seizures?
Well, can I congratulate my honourable friend for her tireless campaigning on this issue and those campaigners who are with us today. I know the impact epilepsy has on people across the country, including on over 100,000 children and young people. We are committed to improving care for people with neurological conditions and setting up UK-wide Neuroforum to improve treatment and care for those with such conditions.
That completes Prime Minister's question. Point of order. Point of order, Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I put on record of the House, with your permission, the sad passing yesterday of Patrick O'Flynn, a journalist, a political journalist, well known to many honourable members of this House. He died after a short battle with cancer. He was a lobby journalist for some 20 years, spending many, many days, weeks and months in the press gallery above. He will be much missed, and can I pass on the condolences of all honourable members to his wife, Carol Ann, and his 2 children.
Can I say I'm grateful to the honourable member for his point of order. Patrick was a long-serving and well-respected member of the lobby. I'm sure the whole House will wish to join me in sending our condolences to his family for somebody who was taken so young. Point of order, Kirsty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance on how I get a response from the Department for Work and Pensions. I've written to the Secretary of State in relation to one of my constituents who was told by a first-tier tribunal that DWP must pay him, backdated to January 2020. We've been chasing the department for over a month for a response. This tribunal decision was in February. Can he advise how we can get a response?
I think the honourable lady knows exactly what she's going to do next. But I would say she's certainly put on the record. I hope the bench has heard. I do find it pretty appalling that government departments aren't answering all members of all political parties on time to their correspondence. Because in the end, the backbenchers are answerable to their constituents. And if they can't get the reply from departments, they're letting down the members. So I hope they are listening and answering as we speak. Right. Let us move on to 10-minute rule motion. Just let it clear a little. We come to 10-minute rule motion. Luke Charters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require the Secretary of State to publish an assessment of the effectiveness of current regulation of the debt collection in civil enforcement sectors, and to report to Parliament on the potential merits of statutory regulation of those sectors and for connected purposes. Today, I introduce the Regulation of Bailiffs Assessment and Report Bill. We are in this place to speak up when others can't, to put right what's clearly wrong. This bill, to get a grip on rogue bailiffs, does exactly that. Today, I want to share some truly heartbreaking stories of vulnerable people left absolutely petrified in their own homes, disabled people terrified that vital equipment could be wrongfully taken from them. It's time that despicable practices in the enforcement sector come to an end. For the thousands across the country who've suffered serious injustices at the hands of cold-hearted rogue bailiffs, those who've brought shame to their own industry. I came into politics to fight for social justice, and that's why I'm proud to be a Labour MP. But nothing has fuelled that fight more than hearing from those crushed by the worst elements of the enforcement sector. Their pain, their stories have imprinted themselves on me with lasting force, and it's for them that I'm absolutely determined to change the law. Let me first thank Step Change, and particularly Sophie Morris in the gallery today. I also want to give credit to the Enforcement Conduct Board, known as the ECB, who voluntarily regulate 95% of the sector. In my view, they should oversee this regulation, and at present they issue guidelines for the enforcement sector, but that is the issue, of course. These guidelines lack legal heft. Mr. Speaker, the Statute of Marlborough, passed in 1267 during the reign of Henry III, is one of England's oldest pieces of legislation, still partly enforced today. It shows that even 750 years ago, people were thinking about the need for fair debt collection, and yet here we are today, faced with the same challenges. As a former regulator at the FCA, I understand the importance of setting clear standards. The last changes around enforcement law were made around a decade ago. This introduced a 3-stage process and stronger protections for vulnerable people. But despite these changes, aggressive practices and inconsistent standards still exist. That's why the independent ECB was created in 2022 to voluntarily oversee the sector. And according to citizens' advice, 1 in 3 people who have had contact with a bailiff have had experienced behaviour that breaks MOJ expectations. And even among the bailiffs that are regulated under their current scope, 1% of visits were deemed too aggressive by the ECB. And by the way, that would equate to hundreds, if not thousands, of visits a year. That's why we need a fair and proportionate debt collection system. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you about Michael's story. He's an inspirational chap who I welcomed to Parliament last week. Michael's story began with a horrific motorbike accident that completely upended his life. He sustained injuries that made him unable to walk or stand. And after a lengthy spell in hospital, getting by on sick pay alone, he lost his job. During this time, he received a letter demanding a full year's council tax to be paid at once. And by the way, we must end that punitive rule that's triggered when someone misses just one council tax payment. And I'm grateful to Martin Lewis for campaigning on that, and I welcome the government's consultation too. But back to Michael's story. Bailiffs were sent to collect the council tax. He was at home, bedridden and unable to move. The bailiffs visited repeatedly, but he couldn't hear their knocks or get out of bed. Despite this, they unfairly added extra charges to his debt for their visits. He was left without carpet, with a broken bed and a broken boiler. On top of all of this, he was preparing to become a dad. What should have been a proud and exciting moment of his life became one of immense stress and fear. Fear that the bailiffs, given that they had nothing else left to take, might seize his baby daughter's toys, or her changing table, or even her cot. And as a father, I could sense the deeply personal pain behind that fear, the heartbreak of possibly failing her in the one way he still felt he could provide. Michael went from being a homeowner with a near-perfect credit score to nearly losing everything. And I'm pleased to say that he's back on his feet, and although he's still paying the debt off, he's hoping to clear it soon. He's doing well, and I took him out onto the terrace last week in the sunshine, and we reflected on just how unfair bailiff practices had added to his hardship. I also met Adam recently, and Adam got into debt through falling behind on council tax and card repayments after losing an agency job and struggling to find new work. His experience, like many others, began with letters and ended with visits to his home. As is often the case with rogue bailiffs, the visits were aggressive and intimidating. One forced his foot into the door, threatening to come in. And of course, this breaks virtually every rule in the book. Adam told me it was like someone was trying to boot down the door. He immediately told the bailiff that he had a disability and was classed as vulnerable. The bailiff said he didn't care and would take away Adam's belongings regardless. The bailiff saying he didn't care? What cruelty. Mr. Speaker, the enforcement system is broken and punishes those already struggling. When rules allow such passive, cruel indifference to people in crisis, it's not just about one bailiff in one moment. It's about the sort of society we want to be. Adam had government-funded equipment for his disability, a specially adapted device. Again, the bailiff said he didn't care and would take it anyway. Adam contacted Step Change. The advisors had helped him come up with a payment plan, which the bailiffs wrongfully refused. He became genuinely terrified to be at home on his own. Adam's made progress with his debts, and again I welcomed him to Parliament last week alongside Michael. Both of their cases are littered with dozens of examples of unregulated rogue bailiff activity. The ECB do a good job, but there are many bailiffs not in their perimeter. Statutory regulation would enable the ECB to be even more firm and drive up standards. So it's time, Mr. Speaker, for the government to fix the regulation of the enforcement sector. Mr. Speaker, I don't want anyone in this country to have to worry about losing their disability equipment or their children's toys. No one ever should have to face the same hardship. 14 years of Conservative government saw only a few but welcome tweaks to the law. That has to change. The Labour Party is built on principles of social justice, equality and fairness. That's why now we need to bring bailiff regulation onto a statutory footing, changing the lives of millions in the process. Mr. Speaker, for Michael and for Adam, in honour of all they and countless others have endured, let us bring in statutory regulation of the debt and civil enforcement sectors once and for all.
That the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. And the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adam Jogi, David Williams, Alex Baker, David Burton-Sampson, Amanda Martin, Callum Anderson, Lee Pitcher, Mike Reeder, Alison Hume, Ewan Steinbank, Dr. Alison Gardner, and myself, Mr. Speaker.
Luke Charters.
Regulation of bailiffs, assessment and report bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 13th of June.
Friday the 13th of June. Right, we now come to the first opposition day motion in the name of the Shadow Secretary of State for Business Trade on business and the economy. I inform the House that I have not selected the amendment. I now call the Shadow Secretary of State, Andrew Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to paint a picture. A small business owner navigates the early morning darkness to their high street shop. They twist the keys and lift the shutters. They turn on the lights, the card machine, the heater, the shop music. They open the door in time for their first customer of the day, putting to the back of their mind how to meet the rising costs placed upon them by this government. The taxes they have to pay before they open that door, the unreformed business rates, with many more than doubling. How will they pay the jobs tax on their staff? And how will they ever keep their business intact when they seek to pass it to their children after they have gone? Mr. Speaker, not one single person around the Cabinet table truly understands these pressures. Yet this Labour government have crossed the road to start a fight with Britain's businesses. When it comes to business, this government has broken every one of its promises. Members on the benches opposite looked business owners in the eye and at the election told them that they would be on their side. It took barely 100 days for this Labour government to revert to type. At her autumn budget, the Chancellor slapped a £25 billion jobs tax on business, meaning employers will have to pay an additional £900 a year for an employee on the median wage, according to the IFS. Only a few weeks later, the Business Secretary tabled the now 300-page trade union-dictated employment rights bill, drowning employers in red tape. Helen Dickinson, the CEO of British Retail Consortium, said that businesses are left with little choice but to increase prices, as we have seen today, or to reduce investment. The CEO of UK Hospitality, Kate Nichols, said these measures will simply force businesses to cut jobs, freeze recruitment, cancel planned investment, reduce trading hours, and in the worst case scenario for many, close their doors for good.
Well, gentlemen, is so popular. I'm really interested in how he's starting this debate, because it really chimes with what I'm hearing in my Gosport constituency, where venues like pubs and restaurants and cafes are such a vital part of the effort to regenerate our high streets and our local community spaces, but they're seeing their margins slashed because of the cost of labour and the increase in business rates. Does he agree with me that the Labour jobs tax and ending of business rates relief is putting the regeneration of our town centres and our community spaces at risk?
Mr. Speaker, how tragic is it that from Gosport to Gloucester and everywhere between, businesses, our high streets are closing? This government doesn't understand that, and if they do understand, they don't care. And if they care, they have not acted. The message from this government to anyone willing to put their capital, time and energy on the line by taking risk to create wealth as a business owner is abundantly clear.
Will you give way on that point? I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. Exactly to that point, isn't it a shame that for the first time ever since records began in 2012, the number of businesses, new businesses, registered at Companies House has fallen? Isn't that a damning indictment of exactly the risk-taking behaviour that we need to grow the economy, not actually taking place because of what this government is doing?
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. Any government, and I believe that all of us come here in this House to try and do our best and to try and grow an economy. But any government faced with that terrible, terrible metric about the failure rate and the formation rate of businesses would be acting immediately with haste, reversing so many of the measures, because it is the choices that this government have made that have delivered precisely the outcome the honourable member talks about. I'll go for
Pubs are the lifeblood of communities, particularly in rural constituencies like mine in Broadland and Fakenham. And yet you could perhaps make an argument for individual tax rises, but it's the combination of three in particular that are hitting pubs so badly. It's the increase in the minimum wage. The government's very good at increasing prices for everyone else, but not themselves. It's the removal of the business rates relief for hospitality and leisure, and also the national insurance contributions for employers. Not so much the overall percentage rise, but the reduction in the rate from threshold from £9,200 to £5,000, particularly impacting those who employ part-time and low wage. It's a triple whammy on pubs, and is that the reason why so many are closing right around the country?
My honourable friend makes exactly the right point about that triple whammy and the cumulative effect of changes, potentially unintended, those consequences that manifest themselves most acutely in industries like UK hospitality and retail, which have the great virtue, amongst many others in terms of the character of the place in which we live, they have the great virtue of giving so many young people their first step on the ladder of opportunity, their first experience of work. And without those sort of businesses, it will be inexorably harder for young people. It's one reason why it is of so great concern to see that the number of people employed on payrolls under this government has already fallen by 100,000, a faster rate of decline in the first quarter of this year. And this government is perfectly positioned to achieve the unbroken track record of every Labour government in modern history of leaving office with unemployment higher than when it started.
Would the honourable gentleman agree with me that another factor which is going to undermine job creation and employment under this government is the approach that they've taken to international wealth coming into this country? And at a time when other countries like the US are granting golden visas, we are closing the door with these ideologically driven non-dom reforms which won't even raise any money. And if the government wants to increase job opportunities, they should take the chance at the next budget to reverse this foolhardy policy.
Well, my right honourable friend is exactly right. And if he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, one millionaire is leaving our wonderful country every 45 minutes. That speaks to nothing as to a generation of young people who've yet to have their opportunity. But how tragic it would be, Madam Deputy Speaker, to think that young people see greater opportunity, notwithstanding their birthright of being born in this wonderful country, see greater opportunity in other parts of the world than the opportunities present on their doorstep, in their communities, in the heart of their families. And it has to be said that this government's combination of actions are sending a very clear and very regrettable message to those who seek to create wealth, Madam Deputy Speaker. That message is, don't bother. Don't even try. This socialist government does not want you to succeed. And there could be no better example of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, than the vindictive family business and family farm death tax, which will carve up successful businesses as and when they are handed down to the next generation. And why do we think this vindictive policy could be the case? Well, one of the more benign interpretations, to be charitable, is simply the dearth of experience in the Labour cabinet of business, though it has to be said it's world-class in its understanding and potential avarice from trade unions. Perhaps that's why the Secretary of State, who's not seen it fit to be here today to deign us with his presence, is currently undertaking the most expensive work experience placement in history at the taxpayers' expense at British Steel in Scunthorpe. It's not just that this government doesn't understand the mechanics of business, they don't understand and value the principle of business. Running or investing in a business, at its core, is a profound act of human courage, the triumph of optimism over inertia, a mindset of solving problems yourself rather than waiting for permission from others, embracing risk, knowing there's no guarantees, no bailouts, no one is coming to rescue you. When enterprise succeeds, they create the wealth that funds our public services. Every time a minister dispenses money and largesse in Whitehall, and this government is doing so at record velocity, they're only able to do so because a founder or an entrepreneur or a businessman or woman took that leap. It should be the government's job to get out of their way, to help the business builders, not the blockers. But this Labour government understand none of this. Instead of leaving business to get on and flourish, they've erected a blockade of bureaucracy and taxes they promised would never come. They've declared war on employers across this land from the ramparts of Westminster. I'll happily give that.
The Australian Minister will know that business confidence has plummeted since Labour came to power. Does he agree with me that one of the reasons why it's plummeted is because they've lost faith in this government, because they were promised that their plans were fully costed and fully funded in advance and there would not be increased business taxes, and within 90 days they went back on that? How can business ever trust this government again?
Well, my honourable friend from Broadlands, who himself is a very distinguished and successful businessman, knows exactly that. The importance of the intangible quality of confidence that the government has your back, that you won't wake up in the morning and be hit with a £25 billion jobs tax, of which not one word, one syllable was in the Labour manifesto. We toured the studios, jousting with them, warning and having were met with a repeated barrage of denials about their £25 billion jobs tax, and the members chuntering, and probably quite a lot of chuntering to do if you have to explain the inability to balance the public finances, but to do so with a set of vindictive and unarithmetically correct taxes on business. But we can move on from tax. That's just one of the many barrages the business face that is sapping confidence and producing some of the very, very worrying statistics we're seeing. We could, Madam Speaker, move on to the Unemployment Rights Bill, which is an egregious example of red tape and state intervention and overreach. And at this point, members opposite are normally uncharacteristically quiet because they're aiding and abetted to the tune of £31 million by the trade unions. It shackles the hands of employers in pubs, bars, garden centres, grocery stores, butchers, hairdressers, businesses rooted deep in our communities with little clarity and no lead-in time. Seasonal work could be made impossible under this bill. For sure, compliance costs will rocket. Long delays for employment tribunals, already approaching 18 months for a hearing in an employment tribunal in many parts of the country. And a cost that even on the government's own estimates, I will give way, but even on the government's own estimates, a headwind on business on top of every other measure of £5 billion unwanted pounds a year. I happily give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. You talk about the risk of seasonal jobs being lost as a consequence of the Employment Rights Bill. In Bognor Regis and Littlehampton, this is a serious risk which a number of businesses have highlighted to me. Would you say that the Minister should be withdrawing that measure, at the very least doing a proper impact assessment on the results of their bill?
Any further errors, the term "you" is not used in the chamber because it refers to me in the chair. Hopefully no one else will make the same mistake. Andrew Griffith.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, no one would believe that you would implement such terrible measures without the level of impact assessment that has been conducted. But more importantly, not just the honourable member for Bognor Regis and Littlehampton representing those important seasonal industries, but the voice of employers across the country has made exactly this point, that we will no longer have the ability to have seasonal and flexible work to deliver the economy that we need. I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister giving way. Not only is it the cost it's implying, not only is it the red tape it's putting in, but it's a poor piece of legislation. The government's own regulatory independent commission looked at this and turned around and said that 8 out of 23 criteria were not fit for purpose. Therefore, doesn't he agree this legislation should be reworked if it's going to come forward, because it's a poor piece of legislation being brought forward in the first place?
Andrew Griffith.
Well, my honourable friend makes exactly the right point. It is, if the benches opposite were honest enough to admit this, it is a rushed piece of legislation. It was introduced because of an arbitrary promise to do so in 100 days. It was introduced at half of its current length, meaning 50% of the words that are in this bill, the red tape that our businesses are going to have to implement and wrestle with for years to come, didn't even benefit from scrutiny of this place. Many of the bill's powers are unfleshed out, unclarified. We are wreaking great havoc and uncertainty on business. If the government is determined to proceed, far better to shelve the bill, to listen, to learn, to come back and we can use the proper mechanisms of this House to do the jobs for all of our constituents, so that we don't see the unintended consequences and damage that I don't believe anybody would want. I'll happily give way.
Thank you. And as my honourable friend, in the spirit of listening and learning, I've been speaking to businesses this week in my constituency, and the Chambers of Commerce have signalled the trade deal as a new start for British business, because it is reducing red tape, giving certainty to businesses and allowing them to actually trade and do well in my constituency and elsewhere. Do you think they're wrong?
Goodness, Mr. Griffiths, do you think they are wrong? We've got a long afternoon ahead of us, even longer for me in the chair. Andrew Griffiths.
Well, one has to celebrate small mercies, and I'm delighted to the conversion to the cause of free trade from the member opposite. Free trade is what's lifted billions of people in the world out of poverty. It's made the great country. It's made the great country that we are today, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the business that's formed such a clear view that the honourable member talked about has clearly had the advantage of a great deal more detail than this House has, and so perhaps he'd share the name of that business, and we'll be very happy to hear about the actual detail of the trade agreement that has been reached. But perhaps in having that conversation with his local business, he would like to engage in a discussion about the views that business have on the Employment Rights Bill. Because despite many and legion opportunities I and others have put to ministers on the bench opposite to name a single business that is in favour of all of the measures in the Employment Right Bill, answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, still comes there none.
Can I tell him why I think he's wrong?
So Desmond.
Since the inception of our negotiations to join the common market, the European Union has attached, or the common market then, attached enormous importance to fishing. Now, we have just handed away the enormous leverage of an annual negotiation every year for what? Absolutely nothing.
Match that passion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hesitate to stray into the matter of fishing. I suspect we'll debate that many times in the future. And I do note that the other government benches next to us today tabled a motion which has not been selected for debate, but nevertheless would seek to shackle further our small businesses by having us revert across a much broader range of topics than the past that this government has already sold earlier this week, so that we become a rule taker from Brussels and our small businesses and entrepreneurs and founders are crushed by the red tape that would originate there. I'll give way to my honourable.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. Fishing is one sector, but there's a clause in the Employment Rights Bill which affects all businesses, and I do make reference to my register of interest as a former entrepreneur that's employed well over 1,000 people in my time. The problem is, if you impose day one employment rights for any hire, it is a massive disincentive to take a chance, particularly on people who are more vulnerable, the young, the less well qualified. Why would a business take that chance if they're going to be hauled up? They have the risk of being hauled up on day one for employment rights.
Well, once again, my honourable friend demonstrates his deep and real knowledge of business, and the fact that he himself in his past life has employed more than 1,000 people, taking the risk, having to have that responsibility, shouldering the burden, moral and financial, one rather suspects is the case than the entire aggregate responsibility for hiring anybody of the benches opposite. And he makes the right point about who ultimately will end up. I will give way in a minute. But who will end up on the receiving end of the higher unemployment? It will be the young, looking for their first opportunity, and it will be excluded and vulnerable groups that a benign employer would today take a chance on, but not if that chance is likely to lead immediately to being at the back of an 18-month long queue for an employment tribunal. I'll give way to the gentleman.
I do thank the Shadow Secretary for giving way, but the point that was made by the honourable gentleman from Broadland was about day one rights. But the day one right is to stop unfair dismissal from day one. So is it now the policy of the party opposite to allow for unfair dismissal between the first and the second day? And if he's unhappy with that being a right from day one, presumably he's unhappy for that right at all.
We have, I'm afraid, to make those points is to willfully misconstrue what's actually in the bill. We have a very settled and balanced position of employment rights that dates back to both before preceding Labour governments as well as the government that we were in office before the election. That strikes what will always be the difficult balance between offering employees the chance to enter the workforce and the ability of businesses and indeed the public sector and others to hire and to run the businesses in a way that is profitable. And it does nobody any favours to seek to think that we can merely by passing words of statute change those outcomes in a way that advantages the most vulnerable, the youngest employees. And I say again, this is why, and the failure to learn from this point will lead to exactly the same outcome, that every Labour government has left office with unemployment higher than where it starts. The Minister, in his response, may wish to confirm that this time will be different and perhaps lay out exactly why it will be different. But I think he's got a work of job to convince us, and more importantly, every employer in the land, that that is the case.
Dave Doogan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister. He takes a casual swipe at the business acumen of ministers opposite. And I wonder if I could encourage him to develop that point, because when I speak to businesses in Angus and Perthshire Glens, and they look at the changes that have been instituted since July last year, they are incredulous that anybody with even a passing knowledge of business, enterprise or entrepreneurialism of any nature would put such roadblocks in the way of business and wealth creation. Would you like to expand on that?
Well, I thank very much the honourable gentleman for making that point and that very perspective observation. It was not, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hate to say this, it was not a casual point. It was a considered point that when we think about how it is that this House continues to legislate, continues to tax in a way that reduces, as we have seen, economic growth, that doesn't celebrate a culture of entrepreneurialism and founders, that is leading to higher unemployment with 100,000 fewer people now on payroll than there were a year ago, we should all look deep in our souls as to what is it? What is the endemic failure in Parliament and in particular of this government that is leading precisely and so quickly to those outcomes? And it is sad to say the lack sometimes of a voice of business, and although one doesn't want every single sector to be represented in this place, the compensatory mechanism for that is consultation and diligent impact assessments. And this government has been just conspicuous and serially criticised in legislation after legislation in the way it has casually discarded and that the Treasury maths on so many measures simply does not add up. I'll give way to my honourable gentleman there.
To the Shadow Secretary for giving way. I think it goes wider than that across the top of government, because both sides of this House are grappling with what to do with the DWP situation in terms of people who are long-term unemployed. If you're making it more likely that companies are not going to take a risk on getting someone back into work, while increasing unemployment at the same time, there's again a toxic concoction of what we're creating when we're trying to actually get people back into a job, when we know that's better for the economy and better for them and their health and their family. Does he agree?
Drew Griffith.
Yeah. I do indeed agree with my honourable friend, and we ought to confront how it is that we have got here, and it's happened over a period of time, I acknowledge, with so many young people unable to work, get education or be in productive training. Now that is a headwind on the economy, it's a moral failure by us all. And the actions that we should confront ourselves with is what are we doing each and every day in this place to give those million of young people and the 9 million others of working age who remain stubbornly on welfare, what are we doing to give them the opportunity, at the same time the chance to improve our public finances and to make the maximum use of the wonderful resources and education skills of the British people so that we can grow our economy and be the prosperous nation that we once again deserve. I'll give way to my friend of Broadlands first.
I'm very grateful for the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He talks about the message that this government says, but Madam Deputy Speaker, just last week I was speaking to a first-generation immigrant who was talking about the message for entrepreneurs in this country. If you can't hand on more to the next generation through your own hard work, she said, what's the point? She's right, isn't she?
Andrew Griffiths?
She is right, and it's one of the chilling headwinds that anyone who wants to grow the economy, anyone who's serving in the wonderful Department of Business and Trade or our Treasury should be confronting. And you know, we should be going back to officials and challenging exactly that. How can we achieve a culture vibe shift on growth and entrepreneurship? That's the best contribution that we could all make.
Can I just take him back to what he was saying a moment ago about young people and opportunities for young people? I recently met with hair and beauty salons in my constituency, who, as he knows, have historically been the most amazing employers of apprentices and giving such wonderful chances to young people. I was very worried to hear from them that the rate that they're taking on apprentices at the moment dropping off. By 2027, there'll be no apprentices left in that sector. But it's not just hair and beauty that are saying that. Other sectors in my constituency, like adult social care and early years education, are saying the same. Is he as worried as I am about the lack of opportunities for our younger generation?
Andrew Griffith.
Yes, enormously worried, and what we have to understand and make the connective tissue is that it is only the private sector that truly creates sustainable jobs. We need people who work in our wonderful public services, but ultimately it is growth and opportunities that come from the expansion of the private sector, most encapsulated by female-led businesses such as the health and beauty sector, often surviving on small margins, dealing with lots of different pieces of regulation and trying to keep our high streets and communities alive, as well as performing, I suspect, rather a better service to the Right Honourable Lady than to myself and some other colleagues. But nevertheless, this is a valuable and vital industry. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I think we ought to ram this home so that the Minister understands that he's got plenty of time before he stands up to think this through and provide us with a sensible answer rather than something that's off the cuff. So here is the note of warning. Earlier this morning, I attended an event run by one of the national clearing banks who is putting a huge amount of effort into trying to create opportunities and help others to create their customers, to create opportunities for young people. And they've come up with a raft of good ideas. But every single one of those, and this point was made very clearly, every single one of those good ideas will hit the roadblock of the government's employment legislation. Yeah. Where is the sense in this? Perhaps, if my honourable friend hasn't got the answer, the Minister no doubt will have.
Andrew Griffith.
Thank you. Well, let us hope that the Minister indeed does have an answer, and I'm somebody who always travels optimistically, and though we have sparred on the important subject of the 300-page, 120,000-word employment bill, it is never too late. That bill is undergoing scrutiny in the other House as we speak. It would be perfectly possible, and the government would welcome and support the government in shelving that bill, at least for a period, until the cacophony of headwinds that the member for Broadland talked about earlier in terms of the tax system and other changes, the damage that has already been inflicted to the economy, the headwinds on costs that we saw this morning with inflation 75% higher than the Bank of England target rate, which will mean that interest rates are higher for longer, and the failure to reform business rates. And perhaps, the combination of bringing forward specific proposals to enduringly reduce business rates would be something that would be an opportunity to revisit if the government feels a burning desire to on employment. And my honourable friend is quite right that wouldn't it be good if we could use this ample time that we have this afternoon for the Minister to consult and to bring forward some sensible answers that are going to give us all the confidence that we're going to see a government that's properly on the side of business.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. Does he agree with me that it is the cumulative effect of the government's measures over the past 12 months, a £25 billion jobs tax, the £5 billion burden of the Employment Rights Bill, the removal of business property relief, reducing the incentive to be an entrepreneur. The cumulative effect of all these measures will be to drive unemployment higher.
Yeah, already is.
Andrew Griffith.
Well, of course I agree with my honourable friend, but it doesn't actually matter what I or others agree. The reality is the data doesn't lie. And as of now, we have 100,000 people fewer on payroll than we did 12 months ago. So the data is already telling us that the cumulative chilling effect of those measures, perhaps unintended, perhaps we learned today that the Chancellor and the Deputy Prime Minister are at odds, perhaps the Business Secretary is another third leg on that stool, each of them bringing forward measures that are enormously damaging to business, perhaps not adding up the sums, perhaps not seeing eye to eye to understand the lived experience of what it's like to be a business on the receiving end of all of these changes that are happening both cumulatively but all happening at the same time. There are many businesses that from the start of April this year not only faced a payroll increase of around 10% in an economy where we're not seeing that sort of level of top-line growth, so that hits margins directly, but are also, because of the failure of the government to continue to maintain our retail, hospitality and leisure business rates relief at anything like the same level, have seen their business rates double. Now imagine that all hitting your business on the 1st of April this year. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll give way. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was perhaps a little startled to be described as being on the other government bench earlier, but perhaps, who knows, that is the shape of things to come. I haven't got my crystal ball. There has been a predictably negative barrage from the opposition benches, and that doesn't surprise me because that's how we work this place. But thinking of businesses that from this year will get better are in my constituency and indeed in Angus. And I talk about the seed potato industry. We've been crying out to get the best of Scottish seed potatoes into the European markets. And therefore, I do say thank you to the government for this. It means a lot to farmers, and I've had very positive comments about it, and I'm being absolutely fair-minded about that.
Yes. Madam, I'm enormously glad, and we should be balanced, that we found something that goes the other way, and we could. I'm not sure if one can subsist entirely on a seed potato. I think that may have been tried historically and not with enormous success. But I congratulate the honourable member on the success of his seed potato industry, and if only we could. And if that was to be charitable, if we found a rare example of a government actually having the back of business and supporting them, wouldn't it be wonderful if they could extend that to much larger sectors of the economy, the financial and professional services, retail and hospitality industries, even our manufacturing industries, as they wrestle under the cosh of uncompetitive energy costs, where a business in Birmingham, West Midlands, will face an industrial energy cost 4 times higher that of a competitor in Birmingham, Alabama. The honourable member has made so many good points. Of course I will give way again.
I'm very grateful that he's been enormously generous. I'm grateful. I'm genuinely grateful for that. The government has parroted over the PMQs that there's been a growth of 0.7% in the first quarter of this year. But when you actually look into those figures, does the Shadow Minister agree that a chunk of that is production rising by 1.1%? What that actually is electricity prices and gas prices and water prices being raised, and they count that as economic growth.
Andrew Griffith.
Well, I think most of us would put higher energy costs into the liability rather than asset column when it comes to our economy. And again, we're debating today business, unemployment, and the economy. And I hope that the Shadow Minister, the Minister, will devote an ample proportion of his response to the measures this government's going to take to remove that yoke of uncompetitively high energy costs that is simply crushing so many British manufacturing businesses. Let me give way. Thank you.
Jim Shannon.
Can I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way? Obviously, when it comes to business and economy, we want to make sure that every region in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland can have some benefit. The Northern Ireland is the UK's smallest region in relation to GDP, but in relation to the numbers of population, that has a higher GDP. But it's really important that we would see that Northern Ireland would have the same advantages, the same opportunities. I think the Minister, to be fair, is committed to that. But would the Honourable Gentleman agree, when it comes to improving the business economy, my young people in Stratford deserve the same opportunities as those in the Honourable Gentleman's, or indeed anywhere in Scotland, Wales, wherever it may be.
Andrew Griffith.
The honourable member is exactly right. And sometimes when I describe my constituency as South Downs, people have on occasion assumed that it was in Northern Ireland. All of our young people deserve the best opportunities. But we know that the best outcomes for young people are when they are able to enter the workforce. And indeed, the scarring impact, if when young people graduate from school or college or from an apprenticeship, if those young people are not immediately able to find productive work, that scarring impact can run through the entirety of their adult life. They never catch up with their peers' earnings, which is why it is so important that we have a healthy labour market, and a healthy labour market relies upon the ability of employers to feel that they can take a chance, that they can give people opportunities, and that will benefit. Just to make some progress, which I suspect may be popular. There's many people on this side. Sadly, disappointingly few on the other side. But given the paucity of business experience on that side, it's probably appropriate that there's more listening than talking on the government benches today. But let's just, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's just imagine, as you will know from your wonderful constituency, that despite all of the headwinds that this government has imposed on business, an entrepreneur does well. They grow their business into a successful operation and want to hand it down to the next generation after they're gone. People who took risks to create something good for society are now at a competitive disadvantage as a result of the family business death tax. They will be forced to carve up, to slice up or close up shop forever to meet the demands for business property relief and inheritance tax. Analysis from CBI Economics for Family Business UK estimates that this measure alone will result in 208,000 job losses and a £2 billion net loss to the Treasury. I hope that, again, the Minister will address that directly when he sums up. Family Business UK's Chief Executive, Neil Davies, says, far from stimulating economic growth, this policy will achieve exactly the opposite. He is right. And to illustrate just how ridiculously flawed this policy is, it applies to families here in the United Kingdom, but it does not apply to overseas businesses who operate here, or those who are owned by private equity or foreign corporate owners. Labour have stolen any incentive for success from a generation of homegrown entrepreneurs. Madam Deputy Speaker, we really can't go on like this. The gulf between those who create wealth and those who govern us has never been larger. Only one Cabinet Minister, the Scotland Secretary, has any real experience running a business. In fact, trying to find experience of a business on the opposite benches is like trying to find a tax the Deputy Prime Minister doesn't think needs to be raised. It's no surprise that, according to the Institute of Directors, over 2/3 of businesses are now pessimistic about the future of the economy.
I would argue that it's actually worse than that. There was a study out by the CIPD, the Chartered Institute for Personal and Development, that turned around and said business confidence is at the same levels as it was in the pandemic. Now, in the pandemic, we actually shut up shops. They were not sure that they were ever going to be open again. That is the level that we are dealing with in business confidence at the moment, with a quarter of businesses saying they're going to lay people off. This is the reality of what is happening out there. Doesn't he agree this is why the government needs to listen and change course?
Andrew Griffiths.
Ravaged is what our business community are like. The honourable member is exactly right. We're plummeting new depths, seen only last achieved when the entire global economy was shut down due to an unknown pathogenic virus at that time. And if that's the bar, by which the government set themselves, then I would urge them to just have a little bit more ambition, a little bit more confidence about their ability to try and grow our economy. No nation can spend its way to growth or tax its way to success. I fear we're about to have a case study in exactly why that doesn't work, but it's been tried before and didn't work then. We can't afford the ignorant short-sightedness of this government. To achieve growth, we need a country where everybody's spark of ambition can find ignition. Not everyone needs to run a business, but for those that do, we want a country that values, cherishes and honours its wealth creators, where the process of transforming a side hustle into a main hustle is straightforward, where HMRC is transformed from being a predator to a partner, and the tax system goes out of its way to reflect the risk of investing and running a business. We want our regulators to think carefully before they intervene and not pounce on every perceived failure as another reason to try and eliminate risk.
Friend, give way on that point. Thank you very much for that. And can I raise with the House that the news that Special Forces, ex-Special Forces soldiers have reached the top of Everest, including the Veterans Minister today. Yeah. Congratulations to them. We also have amounted to climb to great growth in this country. Yeah. Isn't it the case that the HMRC, which the Honourable Gentleman has mentioned, reflects the government, and the government's attitude to business is that it is a dripping roast, to be devoured, to be taxed into a standstill?
Well, I know that so many businesses do feel like that, and they feel that even when doing its legitimate job of trying to balance the books and raise money for the public purse, that the way in which it goes about that, the one-sided nature and the uncertainty that inflicts upon small businesses whose biggest asset is their time and whose greatest opportunity cost is trying to comply with the myriad of different regulations and taxes with which they have to deal. We want a government with a philosophy of trust for business and who celebrate personal responsibility, one that clears the path for innovation. But that requires courage to champion risk takers and elevate enterprise above sectional interests. And it's quite clear, and it's very sad, as honourable and right honourable members have raised, that investors and employers don't have faith in this government to deliver that contract between the state and those who seek to run a business. And instead of opening up investment for British businesses, wonderful British businesses around the world, this government is presiding over top investors fleeing this country, taking their wealth and creativity and entrepreneurship elsewhere. What could be more sad than that? Of course I would.
Thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. And I think one of the industries and business groups that we see leaving the country quicker than anywhere is the oil and gas sector. The investors in oil and gas in the North Sea, in Aberdeenshire, my Gordon Buchan constituency, are fleeing the country at an astounding rate, bringing their investment skills and jobs with them. We are losing out of a generation of investors, a generation of skilled workers. What does the Shadow Minister think that we should do in order to keep that skills, keep those investments and keep those jobs in the UK?
Andrew Griffiths.
Well, one's tempted to say we should try and remove this wretched government as quickly as possible, but which of course is part of the answer. But look, what we actually need is a government that listens to the points that my honourable friend representing her constituents and her industry makes so eloquently. A government that understands the reality of the energy situation and the high cost of energy for business, rather than pursuing a failed dogma and ideology that is not being pursued by the rest of the world. And a government that listens to enterprise and businesses, many of whom I have met. And one could do that from the perspective of trying to grow the economy. One could do it from perspective of trying to reduce energy costs to a competitive level. Or ultimately, one could do it because one believes in the climate transition, but those special skills that deal in the harsh offshore environment need to be nurtured on that journey rather than squandered and see them flee elsewhere.
I'm extremely grateful to the Shadow Minister, and he's making a forensic case against the government. But could he focus on an area that he will be familiar with from his prior ministerial experience? And we had the banks before the Select Committee yesterday. The imminent outcome of the Advice Guidance Boundary Review requires the government to work very closely with the regulator to ensure there is absolute clarity so that investors across this country will have the opportunity to invest in the future of this country, in equities, rather than just leaving it in cash. And that will require action and direction from the government. It's an area where there's probably a consensus, but it does need the government to step up to the mark.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend and indeed my predecessor in that role as the City Minister. And where we can, this is a very important point, Madam Deputy Speaker, where we can, we will support the government in its endeavours to continue the work that he and I started to try and improve the investment outcomes for our economy in terms of the level of equity investment to mobilise pension funds, but most importantly, to deliver good returns for our investors, those constituents that send us here and want their pension to give them the best possible outcomes in life. And it's really important, not just that the Treasury leans into that, not just that we have abundant capital markets that are well regulated but not over regulated, but also that we can create the right culture, whether that's the advice guidance boundary, whether it's our tolerance of risk, whether it's financial literacy and education in our schools. This is a really big point, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's one that I hope that we continue to work collaboratively and supportively with the government and the work of the excellent select committee that my right honourable friend sits on. None of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, helps if wealth creators and global investors have left our country for shores elsewhere, for vindictive measures that simply won't raise anything like the numbers. And it's perfectly okay to admit sometimes when one makes a mistake. In this case, Treasury Ministers have made a mistake. The amount that is raised will be nothing like the amount that is expected. The CEBR have done some important research on that and found that the cost will be very, very significant. Far from raising money for the Treasury, ultimately we will actually, I'm afraid, as a country, lose money. It is a truism on this side, but one we have to continually teach, I regret to say, the other side, that you do not make the poor richer by making the rich poorer. And like all socialists, they're attracted to superficial measures, which ultimately will make all of us poorer. Those of us who are left behind will have to pay more or endure less well-funded public services as a result of this government shepherding the golden geese into a pen and then seeing them exiled. Sorry. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister was right in her memo that we saw today. This government is indeed coming for your job, your business, your pension and your savings. It's all very clear in black and white. Whether you are Team Rayner or Team Reeves, it's all bad for business when it comes to decisions on this economy. And when the Minister responds, perhaps he would share with us his views on whether he believes that the tax measures advocated by the Deputy Prime Minister that will once again have the chilling effect on business are the right ways to proceed. Madam Deputy Speaker, stabbed by employment red tape or shot by higher taxes, the outcome for business is the same. They duck the difficult questions whilst the Chancellor fiddles the fiscal rules, making it up as she goes along. But families know that the cost of living is getting worse under Labour. If you, I should keep going if you're that. The member's sufficiently animated that I feel I should keep going rather than give him the disappointment of giving him the disappointment of having to listen rather than to chunder. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservative Party has a clear vision. From first principles and understanding business, they could listen and usefully learn. This could be an exercise in understanding what a proper strategy on the side of business looks like. We back the millions of entrepreneurs and business who create wealth and jobs across this country. We are unafraid to talk about the need for business that celebrate private capital, international investors and taking of risk. It was the Conservatives, Madam Deputy Speaker, who delivered the biggest single tax cut for business in modern history through the move to full expensing. It was us that slashed business rates when we introduced retail, hospitality and leisure relief, and during that terrible COVID pandemic, providing billions of finance to keep business and the economy going. That is what leadership looks like. That's what a party that is truly on the side of business looks like. So I would urge the members opposite to do a little bit less talking and a little bit more listening. Think of every business. Think of every business owner and every employee that they looked at during the election and said that the government would have their back, and ask if they truly believe in their actions rather than their words that that is anything like approaching the case. Because with employment falling, wealth creators leaving this country at a rate never seen before, businesses closing, investment crashing and inflation today rising, these benches certainly do not believe so, and I commend this motion to the House.
A substantial opening speech there. The question is as on the order paper, and I call the Minister Gareth Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker, even though that felt a very long 50 minutes, it is always nice to see the right honourable gentleman taking centre stage for the Conservative Party. As one of the authors of the Liz Truss budget, he is an ever constant reminder of the fiscal mess the party opposite very kindly left this government to confront. Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition are once again trying to make us all believe that we are living in an alternate reality, one where the economy is shrinking, not growing, where investment is low, not high. There is, sadly, only one problem with that analysis, Madam Deputy Speaker. None of it is true. Figures published last week showed that the economy grew by 0.7% in the first quarter of this year, the fastest of any G7 economy. The OBR's forecast for growth has been revised up for future years, and the latest IMF forecast predicts the UK will see the third highest growth in the G7 over the course of this year. This government has a plan for change, and it's working. I could wait to the Honourable Lady.
The Minister, I just wanted to clarify whether inflation at 3.5% was higher or lower than inflation at 2%, where it was last July.
I just say gently to the Honourable Lady, the current rate of inflation is an awful lot lower than the 11% that it rose to under her party opposite. I was, Madam Deputy Speaker, a bit surprised that there was nothing in the shadow of Secretary of State's lengthy speech on trade until my honourable friend from Peterborough provoked him. We have secured 3 massive trade deals with India, the United States and this week with the European Union, slashing the cost of doing business abroad, reducing border checks, cutting tariffs, axing red tape. These trade deals will support jobs for British people and create opportunities for great British businesses in our biggest current markets and in one of the world's biggest future markets. Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite tried to do a deal with India but couldn't. It's taken us just 10 months. The party opposite wanted a trade deal with the US. Indeed, they had 4 years to do a trade deal with President Trump and couldn't. We've managed to do one in just 4 months. And the EU, the deal they did was the worst trade deal in history. Every opportunity they had to minimise red tape and border checks, they rejected. And what was the result? Businesses stopped exporting to Europe in their thousands. Our deal with Europe sticks to our red lines. We'll save businesses thousands of pounds. We'll cut the cost of food in our supermarkets, and will help to get great British food products from sausages to shellfish to seed potatoes back into European markets. Once upon a time, the Conservative Party were in favour of free trade. Once upon a time, they were in favour of trade deals. Now they are against just about everything. Far be it for me to give advice to the party opposite, but when you're in opposition, you are still allowed to support measures that are obviously in the national interest.
Very grateful to the the Minister giving way. I think the key thing is we are on this side in favour of free trade, just not at any cost. That has been the biggest problem with these deals. He says the last government didn't sign them off for jolly good reason. That is the point that we're trying to get across from this side. There will be people queuing up to come to the UK because they see us as a soft touch that they can get anything out of now. That's what we want to stop on this side.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for confirming once again that he's against the India trade deal, that he's against the deal with the US, and he's against the deal with the European Union. Let me turn now to business investment. The opposition's motion claims that investors and entrepreneurs are being driven overseas. I gently hate to break it to honourable members opposite, but the facts tell a rather different story. Business investment, business investment actually rose by 5.9% in the first quarter of this year, which is the fastest quarterly growth in 2 years. In other words, Madam Deputy Speaker, business investment is higher than when the Conservative Party left office. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the Minister for doing so. Is he a little bit worried that that unexpected growth in the first quarter of this year was businesses making capital investment to get in ahead of tariffs?
Minister.
Well, one of the ways in which the honourable gentleman could help businesses in Scotland would be to actually call for the Scottish Government to do what we are doing in this country and extend relief to hospitality and leisure rates for business rates. We're seeing investors from across the globe choosing to put their money in the UK. Our International Investment Summit last year saw £63 billion committed in the UK. That's double the amount secured by the previous government when the Leader of the Opposition was the Secretary of State for Business and Trade. And that investment is set to generate 38,000 new jobs. Crucially, the leaders of companies that committed to invest here at our International Investment Summit have hailed our pro-business approach as a driving factor behind their decision. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I'm sure we're all agreed on both sides of the House about the need and desire to promote growth and business investment. But in Stone Great Worley and Penkridge constituency, speaking to smaller and mid-sized businesses, especially in the hospitality sector, they've been particularly squeezed, not just in terms of a change of rate of national insurance, but actually lowering it down because they obviously employ a lot of younger people on sometimes part-time wages. I just wonder if he'd make representations to the Treasury on behalf of those hospitality businesses to try and get them to consider that in future fiscal considerations.
Well, I just say gently to the honourable gentleman, we are always talking to businesses in the hospitality sector and across the economy. But I do just say gently to him that the difficult decisions we had to take in the budget were because of the mess that we inherited from the party opposite. And businesses in the hospitality sector and beyond need to make sure that our schools, our hospitals and our police are properly funded. Happy to give way to the honourable gentleman one more time.
Can the Minister set out to the House as to how much he actually raised in additional taxes in the last budget and how much the government set out in terms of additional spending at the last budget?
Minister Thomas.
These assessments are published in the Red Book at the time of the budget, and the honourable gentleman can do his own research and look those figures up. Let me come back to the question of the international investment that is coming into our country and the support we have for business leaders for our measures. Iberdrola's executive chairman, for example, said at the time of our International Investment Summit that the clear policy direction, I say that again, the clear policy direction, stable regulatory frameworks and overall attractiveness of the UK is what has led them to doubling their investments over the next few years, reaching up to £24 billion. And since that summit, we've seen more ringing endorsements of this government's approach. In April of this year, the CEO of Blackstone, Larry Fink, praised our pro-growth agenda and said investment in Britain is undervalued. He said he has more confidence in the UK economy than he did a year ago. Meanwhile, The chief executive of JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, has told the Financial Times he backed this government's economic reforms, noting there's much to like about the new government's pro-growth agenda. Our forthcoming industrial and trade strategies are further steps to support businesses and accelerate growth in the sectors of our economy with the most potential. There hasn't been either a strategy to help small business for more than a decade. The party opposite cut support to small businesses to get into new markets. They cut support to help businesses adopt new technologies, and they failed to tackle the scandal of late payments from big businesses. Happily give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He talks about growth and this pro-growth policy. In Q1, he had the unexpected growth of 0.7. The UK Treasury's April 2025 Survey of Independent Forecasts assesses that the entire growth for the year is 0.8%. Does that mean that he's looking forward to 0.1% growth for the whole of the rest of the year? His policy is not working, is it?
Minister Thomas.
With due respect, he's wrong. The OECD says we're going to have the second fastest growing economy in the G7. Let me come back to small businesses. Since taking office, we've sought to hardwire the views of small businesses into everything we do. Together with the Federation of Small Businesses, we've announced robust measures to tackle late payments. Large companies will soon have to include their payment performance in their annual reports, a massive incentive to pay their suppliers more quickly. We have also launched our new Fair Payment Code, overseen by the Small Business Commissioner. And we intend to go even further, developing a strong package on late payments, including stricter maximum payment terms and strengthened powers for the Small Business Commissioner. Go on, then.
He said I was wrong, and look, it was the Treasury's own survey, so perhaps they were wrong. But the Bank of England, are they wrong as well? Because they have a forecast of 0.75% growth for this year, and even the OBR has a forecast of just 1% growth. His growth policies simply are not working, are they?
Minister Thomas.
With due respect to the Honourable Gentleman, I think he needs to track these things over a period of time, because the Bank of England have actually revised the growth numbers up for this year as a result of the measures we have been taking. As I said earlier, we have had to take some difficult decisions in the budget to fill the £22 billion black hole left to us by the last government, to tackle record NHS waiting lists, to invest in schools and to invest in our police. But we have been making headway to deliver on our manifesto pledge to reform business rates. One of the reasons why the party opposite lost the confidence of the business community is because time after time they promised to reform business rates and never actually did so. We're delivering lower tax rates for retail, hospitality and leisure properties from 2026-27. We're also scrapping the party opposite's immunity for low-value shopping. And we're providing additional funding to crack down on the organised gangs who target retailers. We know this has plagued businesses for years, with both staff and store owners feeling powerless. That changes now. And at the same time, we're reforming the British Business Bank to free up precious capital for businesses to expand. This includes our start-up loans and the Growth Guarantee Scheme, so that if people want to set up a new shop or business, we are making sure the support is there to help them. It's why my department launched a call for evidence on access to finance for SMEs last month as part of our work on our upcoming small business strategy. And all of this work is having a positive, tangible impact, Madam Deputy Speaker. The newest ONS statistics revealed the number of businesses set up in this first quarter are up 2.8% compared to Q1 last year. Give way to the Honourable Lady.
Minister for giving way. He talks about talking to businesses. I would urge him to do a little bit more listening to businesses. He was asked a question by my right honourable friend about how much additional taxes were raised in the budget and how much additional spending commitments were raised in the budget, and I didn't hear him give an answer. Could he please give the House an answer? And if he doesn't know, would he agree to write and leave a copy in the library so that we can all know the answer?
Minister Thomas.
Well, as I understand it, the Honourable Lady actually supports the investment that those tax changes are delivering. Every penny of that investment she supports coming into our economy. I do wish the party opposite, and perhaps the Honourable Lady has some influence with the Shadow Chancellor, would set out their plans to raise similar amounts of money if they don't like our spending plans. I was reflecting, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the newest ONS statistics, which shows the number of businesses up in this first quarter by 2.8%. And despite what honourable members have claimed opposite, business closures are actually down 4.4%. The latest Institute of Directors Business Confidence Index showed a significant rise in economic confidence, with their members stepping up recruitment and investment plans for a second month in a row. Of course.
To the Minister giving way. One of the statistics that is really important is employment. Now, in his constituency, in the last year, unemployment's risen by 31%. Wow. So that is a staggering increase. In my constituency, it's gone up by about 10%. This is the real impact when he talks about it. Perhaps he'll come on to how he's going to support people into work who are going to have those jobs, because it looks like across the country we've seen unemployment go up by 10%. That's a real concern for people as they work and look after their families.
The ONS numbers on employment actually show an extra 200,000 jobs in the economy since the general election. So I do gently encourage the honourable gentleman to look at a slightly wider range of statistics. The Shadow Secretary of State once again turned to the Make Work Pay and Employment Rights Bill agenda of this party. Let me just remind the House that these reforms are about increasing job security for working people. They are about raising both the national minimum wage and the national living wage, so that over 3 million eligible workers receive a pay rise of up to £1,400. It's about ending exploitative zero-hour contracts and bringing an end to unscrupulous fire and rehire. Happily.
Alison Griffith. I thank the Minister for giving way, and I hear what he says about job security, but surely if the businesses aren't going to be giving jobs because of the first day rights, as my honourable friend has so eloquently laid out, that won't mean that there are more people in work.
As the figures already show.
As the figures already show, indeed. Yeah. Minister.
With due respect to the honourable lady, it's not one or the other. A pro-worker economy is actually a pro-business economy. That sentiment has been echoed by experts such as Simon Deakin, the Professor of Law at the University of Cambridge. He says that on average, strengthening employment laws in this country has had pro-employment effects. He said that the consensus on the economic impacts of labour laws is that far from being harmful to growth, they contribute positively to productivity. And right now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg your pardon, it's worth noting that optimism amongst business leaders is rising, with improved expectations for investment, hiring and costs. Employment has risen by nearly 200,000, as I said, since we took office. Payrolled employment remains near record highs at around 30.3 million, and wage growth has been consistently outpacing inflation. These indicators suggest a labour market that remains robust and responsive, not one being held back as the opposition contends. Let there be no doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is delivering on its plan for change, with investment and reform to deliver growth, to put more money in people's pockets, to rebuild Britain and realise a decade of national renewal. We are the party of entrepreneurs and wealth creation. We are the party of workers, the party for economic growth and the party of social justice. The party opposite have no ideas, no imagination, just a dismal record they don't have the courage to face up to. We are delivering for British workers, we're delivering for British businesses, and I urge the House to reject the motion before us.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I have to say, I share my honourable friend for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross's bemusement that these benches were being called the other government. And I puzzled over that for a little while, but I thought to myself, based on recent opinion polls, perhaps he was reflecting the fact that maybe the Liberal Democrats are now more likely to form the next government than the Conservatives are. Because the stones being thrown... The stones being thrown from the very fragile glass house of the Conservative Party are astonishing, given their appalling mismanagement of the economy and the dismal inheritance they left behind. Their record is a dispiriting picture of low growth, high interest rates and a record fall in living standards. For years, the Conservative Party took people for granted, and our constituents saw this reflected in their mortgage payments, the hike in their energy bills and the prices they paid for their weekly shop. Under the last administration, public services were left crumbling and their pitiful Brexit negotiations saw reams of red tape introduced, causing untold damage to businesses across the country. We know the Labour government has inherited a mess, and we know that the cause of that mess is a legacy of reckless economic mismanagement left behind by the previous government, but that cannot be allowed to serve as cover for measures which damage business or that cause suffering for the vulnerable in our society. The autumn budget introduced by the Labour government has not worked. The national insurance jobs tax will damage small businesses, lower people's living standards, and it undermines the government's own ambitions for growth. People endured years of Conservative mismanagement, which is why this new government should be doing far more to grow our economy, create new jobs and improve living standards. We know the government's had tough decisions to make, but instead of hiking national insurance, cutting disability benefits and squeezing departmental budgets even more, they should be showing far more ambition in growing our economy, which is the best way to raise tax revenue and boost living standards. And that's exactly why we've been urging ministers to ignore the naysayers in the Conservative and Reform parties and urgently negotiate a new bespoke UK-EU customs union. And when it comes to taxation, the government should be looking to raise revenue in much fairer ways, such as asking social media giants and online gambling firms to pay their fair share. That's the right way to repair our public finances and boost public services, not through short-sighted cuts that make things worse for people. So let's be clear, stripping support... Happily.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she's right. There's no doubt that this government has a really difficult job clearing up the mess left by the last Conservative government. But there have been far too many erroneous decisions and policy disasters already. For example, Matthew from North Broome has run his small business now for the last 28 years and is facing difficulties.
An intervention cannot have examples. It's short and to the point. What is the question?
Excuse me, Madam Deputy Speaker, but does my honourable friend agree with me that we need a fundamental overhaul of the harmful business rate system so that small businesses in rural areas can survive and succeed?
I thank my honourable friend very much for that intervention. I think she's exactly right. There are so many things that are currently holding our small businesses back. The Conservatives failed to reform business rates. We're looking to the Labour government now to really bring forward measures that can make things easier for people to set up businesses in their local communities. But let me be clear, stripping support from many of the poorest pensioners while energy bills were still sky high was the wrong thing to do. I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues have listened to our constituents and heard from countless pensioners who've been affected by this. We've heard warning calls from sector representatives including Age UK and Disability Rights UK and indeed many pensioners themselves regarding the huge damage that these cuts have done, which have put some of them in the position of having to choose between heating or eating. Back in December of last year, the government themselves admitted that their changes to the winter fuel payments will result in an additional 100,000 pensioners being pushed into poverty. I'll give way on that point.
Thank you, Honourable Lady, for giving way. She's talking about the effect of the winter fuel cuts by this government. Does she agree with me that these were not just cruel and unpleasant for the elderly people who have suffered as a result? They're also economically illiterate too, because of the increased costs to the NHS posed by the individuals who then became sick as a result of being cold.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and the Minister will know because I've engaged them directly on this point and I have shown him examples of how those cuts have impacted pensioners in my constituency directly, very, very harshly indeed. The Liberal Democrats voted against the removal of the winter fuel payment to prevent millions of the most vulnerable in our society from losing out on vital support. Following the Prime Minister's comments earlier today, we continue to call on the government to reverse this cut in full and ask for them to guarantee that the current cut won't be in place by next winter, ensuring that all pensioners who need support will receive it. And I'd like to ask the Minister for full details of the proposed changes as soon as he is able. But it's not just in their cuts where we hope to see a change of direction from the government. While the last government did so much damage to our high street businesses, the Labour government's national insurance jobs tax has only made things even harder for them and for their workers. The change to employer national insurance contributions announced in the autumn budget are an unfair jobs tax that will hit small businesses, social care providers and GPs. SMEs are the beating heart of our economy, the centre of our local communities, and they create the jobs that we all rely on. Raising the employment allowance will shield only the very smallest employers, but thousands of local businesses will still feel the damaging impact of these changes. Liberal Democrats voted against the changes to employer NICs at every opportunity, and I once again urge the government to scrap these measures. But even more damaging for our small businesses is our broken trading relationship with Europe. The Conservatives' botched Brexit deal has been a complete disaster for our country, especially for small businesses who are held back by reams of red tape and new barriers to trade, costing our economy billions in lost export. The dismal picture of the financial impact of their terrible Brexit trade deal is becoming increasingly clear. And while the Conservative Party's motion today notes that over 200,000 businesses have closed since Labour took office, yet it was under their administration in the years 2020 to 2024 that our country started seeing the rate of small business closures outpace the rate of new businesses starting up. And since 2019, there's been an average business closure rate of over 12%, outstripping the opening rate. A recent survey of 10,000 UK businesses found that 33% of currently trading enterprises experienced extra costs directly related to changes in export regulations due to the end of the EU transition period. Small businesses have been particularly badly affected, with 20,000 small firms stopping all exports to the EU. And a recent study has found that goods exports have fallen by 6.4% since the trade deal came into force in 2021. Now, I welcome the actions taken by the government at Monday's UK-EU summit, particularly the impact it will have on our seed potato trade, but I urge the government to recognise that this should only be a first step towards negotiating a new UK-EU customs union, which would ease the pressure felt by so many businesses and boost the economy as a whole. More broadly, we will continue to call on the government to introduce vital reform to the business rate system. Business rates are harmful for the economy because they directly tax capital investment in structures and equipment rather than taxing profit or the fixed stock of land. Liberal Democrats would abolish the broken business rate system and replace it with a commercial landowner levy. We believe that we need to see a fundamental overhaul, not just tinkering around the edges and sticking plaster solutions. We are disappointed that yet again serious reform of the system has been kicked down the road. We need fundamental reform of business rates if we wish to boost small businesses and high street and stop penalising productive investment. The Liberal Democrats acknowledge that the government inherited a dire economic landscape compounded by the challenges posed by an aggressive Russia and an unreliable US administration. But this cannot be an excuse for the mistakes the government is making. People are still struggling with the cost of living crisis, just as small businesses are struggling with the cost of doing business. As energy prices soar, food costs keep going up and mortgage bills remain sky high. The government must take bold action to boost our economy. We urge ministers to U-turn on the winter fuel payment cut, scrap the national insurance jobs tax and row back on removing support from disabled people, many of whom need the support to stay in work.
Yes. I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she talks about U-turns. Would she also agree that the government should also reverse the family farm tax?
Yes. I thank my honourable friend for making that point from her constituency, which is more rural than mine, I admit. So she's absolutely right about the family farm tax, and that is something that we would also like to see the government, as my honourable friend says, urgently U-turn on, because it is creating such difficulty in our rural communities. Instead, we call for bolder, more ambitious and fairer measures to replace business rates with a new fair system to boost high streets and town centres, negotiate a new customs union with the EU, which would cut red tape for small businesses and boost our economy as a whole. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We now have the pleasure of Chris Wins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think you're far too kind. But can I start by joining others in congratulating the Veterans Minister in his epic adventure to the peak of Everest. Anecdotally, before I get into the politics, I often see the Veterans Minister in the gym, and he talks about his gym routine, which I have to say is considerably more thorough than mine. It's also a pleasure, Madam Deputy Speaker, to speak so early in a debate, as I often get compared to the member for Strangford, so I thank you for calling me. And it is a privilege to talk in this debate, and as members from across the House know, I will take any opportunity to talk about my town of Harlow and the greater constituency. As I told the Prime Minister yesterday, Harlow is home to some great businesses. It is ironic for me, as a vegetarian, that the first business to contact me following my election was actually a bacon company, A1 Bacon, who raised absolutely legitimate concerns about the increasing cost of import and export to the EU. And I'm really hopeful from what the Prime Minister said yesterday that the deal that we've negotiated will help A1 Bacon and businesses like them in Harlow to continue to thrive and trade with our EU neighbours. I will give way.
Forward to the member for giving way. Could he tell us whether A1 Bacon, or indeed any other business in Harlow, believes that the Employment Rights Bill will enable them to employ more people?
I thank the member for his question, and in all honesty, A1 Bacon haven't contacted me about the Employment Rights Bill, and I have to be honest with him. Their concern primarily, as I say, was the issues with tariffs and the increase of tariffs following us leaving the EU. And I don't want to, as some members across the House would seek to do, to reopen that debate. But I think that the deal that has been negotiated by the Prime Minister will, I hope, help to deal with that issue, but also ensure we maintain the sovereignty which so many people who voted leave clearly want. I also want to recognise some other businesses in Harlow, Madam Deputy Speaker. What's brilliant when you first elected as an MP, you get to see many hidden treasures of your constituency that perhaps you wouldn't get the opportunity to do before you're elected. In one of my earlier visits, I actually visited Harlow Group, who actually make components for Boeing aircraft that travel the globe. And it's the only business, I understand, so the only business in the UK that produces the boxes where all the electric go into a Boeing 747, which I think is pretty awesome. I also want to pay tribute to Wright's Flour, New Ground Coffee, Stork Valley Gifting, as I've mentioned before, where I do my Christmas shopping, as did my predecessor, IO Glass, and Eco, a fantastic environmentally friendly charity, which I'm visiting next week. And of course, the Minister would criticise me, rightly so, if I didn't mention our wonderful local co-ops. And one issue I would... Thank you very much, Minister. And one thing I would raise with him, that has certainly been fed back from my local co-op, and I'm sure his as well, is the increased issue of retail crime. And I hope that he will take that very seriously, as I'm sure, and the Minister is nodding appreciatively, so I look forward to hearing him talk about that in his roundup. Harlow is a great town, and I've always said it may not be the newest. It may not be the oldest new town, it may not be the newest new town, it may not be the most successful economically, but it's absolutely the new town with the biggest heart. And this morning, I actually, as a member of the APPG on new towns, looked at some data produced by Visa on all of the towns in this country and the challenges that many of them face. I have to say, for me, the challenges that Harlow face, based on the metrics that they used, didn't come as a big surprise to me. And these were, and I think particularly in relation to growth, these were housing and productivity. Now, for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, the solutions to increasing Harlow's productivity and the productivity of the country in the whole come down to three key areas. First of all, I want to talk, Madam Deputy Speaker, about skills, and I want to pay tribute to the fantastic work, as I have done a number of times in this chamber, the work of Harlow College, who for many years have supported Harlow's next generation of young people to give them the skills they need, not only for today, but for the jobs of tomorrow. Equally, I want to talk about the importance of transport links. I'm going to do a little bit of a pitch for Harlow later, Minister, if you don't mind, but we are ideally located between London and an international airport, so lots of potential there. And also, the other thing is about transactions and actually generating, what's the word I'm looking for? Stimulating the economy by the transactions we make. And I welcome the £20 million of government investment into Harlow Town Centre. But I do, Minister, want more for my town. And I appreciate the member for Salisbury and Wiltshire isn't in his place at the moment, but I have told him I'm going to mention this. But I know he's got a German debate later on this very issue. But I will continue to lobby on behalf of Harlow to be the new site of the UK Health Security Agency, which would mean 3,000 new high-tech jobs for Harlow, providing Harlow's next generation with not only the opportunity to aspire, but to really achieve in those high-tech jobs of the future. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality is economic activity in Harlow did raise under the previous government, and my big ask of this government is to invest in my town and in my community. Now, anyone that knows me will know I'm a pretty positive guy, and the Minister has set out absolutely the reasons that we should be positive. The UK has the fastest growing economy in the G7. We've had 4 interest rate cuts in a row. And this week and last week we have signed 3 international deals to boost trade. For the first time in a long time, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is hope on the horizon for the people of Harlow. And I know under this government, this country will have a great future on the world stage. And my only ask of the Minister is to ensure that Harlow is a part of that bright future.
Mahindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member from Harlow. So it's quite close to my own stomping ground, so I know some of the areas that he was referring to. I am surprised he didn't mention the enterprise zone, though, because I know that's a world-class area for business. I wanted to focus my comments on my own constituency of South West Hertfordshire. 3 Years District Council is the main council area for my area, but we've seen business closures have outpaced new openings since July 2024. My local high streets in Rickmansworth, Chorleywood and South Oxford are visibly suffering. Shuttered shops, rising costs and dwindling support. These are high streets historically that have never had vacancies, and it causes me increasingly concerned that the volatility in our high streets, as I say as a former retailer, is something that whichever side of the house you're on is a poor legacy if we do not fix this problem. The small businesses I speak to say they feel abandoned by this government. They're facing high energy bills, rent and poor footfall. Part of that is not the responsibility of government, part of it is decision making made by the Lib Dem local councils, things like parking charges and on-street parking, and I continue to have dialogue with those councils to make sure that high streets like Kings Langley can survive during these difficult economic times. On a more international basis, though, I think we do need to recognise that a lot of wealth creators are leaving our country. I read a book many years ago called At the Shrug by Ayn Rand. I didn't think of it at the time that it would be such a influence on my life until after I'd read it. As many of you know, I was not politically active at school or university, so being in this place at this stage of my life is something that I never thought I would even dream of, let alone aim to be here. But all of us come with life experience and a journey, and part of that has been the Ayn Rand book that I refer to. And the overriding memory from that book for me was actually, if government do not support wealth creators, they will find a way to leave to the detriment of the rest of society. We've had 9.5 million millionaires leave the United Kingdom in 2024. That's by the new World Health report, the highest outflow in recent memory. Are you looking to intervene? Yes. Happy to.
Just to help members, when you're intervening, you have to both be standing and making a sound, otherwise the member isn't aware. And if your interventions are taken, then you must sit down and then stand up again and try again. Yuan Yang.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I apologise for not being louder in my intervention. I wonder if he will have a source for data on the so-called exodus that isn't a firm that gives advice to the very wealthy to migrate abroad and therefore has a great economic interest in propagating these kinds of figures.
I'm conscious that the honourable member was a journalist for the Financial Times, so she would know the data source better than I. I'm not an economist, never claimed to be. I've never claimed to be a lawyer either. But I am someone that comes from a small business background and local government experience. But my own limited social circle, when I speak to people that I regard as employees and people that will hopefully inspire the next generation, a lot of them are looking to leave these shores. And that causes me massive concern. Because while our parliamentary system means that parties come and go, we rely on these businesses to grow, succeed and expand. I'm a second-generation Indian. When my parents came across in the 1970s, they had the aspiration and hope that if they were willing to work hard and be lucky enough to be in the right place in the right industry at the right time, that the state would not intervene. I do not see that type of ambition coming forward now. I don't wish to get party political, but for me, I think that's an issue that all of us need to be concerned about, because governments of all stripes will spend taxpayers' money, but it's well worth remembering that government has no money. It is money out of pockets of people that pay taxes, and I think we need to acknowledge the fact that wealth creators pay a lot more tax than other parts of society. And if they choose to leave, and we live in a global world, it will mean that Treasury, and I look at the Treasury Minister in his place, will not have the benefit of income in his coffers to actually spend on things that are vital to us and our communities. We've spoken about business confidence before as well, and I think we do need to recognise that there is significant volatility in aspiration and potential capital expenditure for small and large businesses. Someone mentioned earlier about confidence. Businesses need certainty of direction of travel. And yes.
Honourable member for giving way. He's absolutely right that businesses need certainty. So would he agree with me that the thing that most undermined the certainty that businesses had was the chaos that the party opposite created through Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget?
I will let the new member make his political point, but the only point I would make in the last Parliament is for the first 2 years of my first term, we dealt with a global pandemic where we spent over £400 billion worth of taxpayers' money. When I got elected in December 2019 with an 80-seat majority, we were looking to actually reform, hopefully, our tax base and the way we finance our government spending. We did not have that opportunity. Now, with the government's current majority, I do hope they're ambitious. Others have spoken about business rate reform. I do think it's massively outdated that we look at businesses based on bricks and mortar. If I was going to be a financial retailer today, I would just do an online presence only. And that would mean that the vibrancy of our high streets would be lost, because it would just end up being the bookmakers, the hairdressers, the charity shops, the coffee shops. Nothing wrong with those, but actually the high streets that I support and honoured to be the Member of Parliament for are high streets with significant diversity of what they offer. We haven't really spoken about banking and the move away from on-street branches, but we are trying to deal with that locally by having places like the Post Office be banking hubs. Someone made reference earlier to HMRC, and it's a pitch to the Minister, Treasury Minister. HMRC, from my limited experience over the years, have got increasingly more aggressive, but also not necessarily fair. Things like interest rates charged on potential debt. If there is an overpayment by an employer or business, the interest rate that they receive versus what HMRC take is different. We should not regard businesses as a cash cow if they've done nothing wrong. So can I leave that with the ministers to have a look at? I would actually prefer HMRC to be not an arm's length body. I think having ministerial control and oversight is something that I would be willing to at least investigate to see if that was practical on the full understanding that we absolutely need to make sure that civil servants do have the freedom to actually raise revenue and collect it. Just going back to Hertfordshire, if I may. The median weekly wage in Hertfordshire is £851, which is higher than the UK average of £728. But with inflation rising, and we heard overnight that inflation is now at 3.5%, and the rising cost of living, people are feeling poorer. And off the back of that, that means that they're spending less on our high streets. They're less likely to spend capital expenditure on their own homes or buy a new car or whatever else that they would have done if they felt more flush with cash, so to speak. Yes.
Makes a great point, and I was contacted by Yodi, who owns LA Fish in my constituency of Chichester, and he is saying that the next rise is going to cost him £1,200 a month that he now has to find. He has two choices, and one of them is passing on that cost to consumers. And we already know that the price of fish and chips has raised quite exponentially over the years, and so the cost of living pressures continue to make that worse. Does he agree with me that the small businesses like this are really under risk from the government's introduction of next rises?
An absolutely excellent point. I think the plea for me to government is actually reducing tax rates does perversely sometimes increase the amount of money you receive in tax coffers. I say that as someone, a retailer, when we reduced VAT down to 15%. It allowed me the certainty to actually expand our furniture business. We got another outlet, we employed more people, we paid more business rates. So in effect, we were able to expand, but actually it was a win-win for both the state and us as a small business. We've spoken about NICs, but the employment rights bill that's coming through does cause me massive concerns. The risk that I would have taken with a 16 to 18-year-old, I would now think twice on, because actually it's the same cost for me to employ someone in their 30s or 40s as it would be a first jobber. There is a ticking time bomb where people are leaving university in the summer or college, and where are they going to work? We've spoken about the 100,000 less jobs over the last 12 months. That's only going to get worse when those people that finish their graduate jobs, graduate degrees or college, A-levels and BTECs and what have you, can't get into employment. That is going to affect the minister's workings. So this side, we will be fully supportive of government if they're doing the right thing. Our role in this place is to be critical friends, because we all want. I was listening, I spent a lot of time in the chamber, but yes, there's the element of Punch and Judy, but actually the reality is there's 650 of us here that want great legislation to support our communities, to make sure that people can get on with their daily lives without the burden of having to think about legislation, because they want us to get on with it on their behalf. In terms of tax rises, obviously there was the leak from the Deputy Prime Minister's letter to the Chancellor. I remain concerned that actually any ambition to increase taxes is another death by 1,000 cuts on our small businesses. We need certainty and support from this government to say to people, go and be ambitious. Because actually, if people are going to be risk averse, there'll be a structural problem for us on our high streets and our small businesses, which mean that actually we're not going to create the next unicorn of the world, because actually those people that are ambitious would have already left our country to generate their income in better financial climate in a different area, typically maybe the Middle East or other parts of Europe. Of course I will.
Well, gentleman for giving way, and I was particularly touched by his story of the role that his father had contributed to the economy. I very much hope that he'll be here present in the immigration debate this afternoon to make the same point about the vital work that immigrants do in the UK to wealth creation. But he's mentioned NIC, he's mentioned the other headwinds facing small businesses. One small business in West Dorset's seen their business rates go from 8 to 27,000. If we want to help small businesses grow, surely we've got to stop taxing them so much.
I've always thought that business rates was totally outdated. Obviously, it generates a significant amount of money for the Treasury, so there is resistance to actually reforming that without knowing for certain how they're going to fill that significant black hole. We also haven't spoken about hospices and the effects that the charity sector is being impacted by NICs. I know others have spoken about winter fuel allowance as well, but these are all affecting our most vulnerable, either individuals or community groups and charities that fill a massive void that the state or the private individual do not. So my worry, and it is increasingly becoming more so, is that we are doing things with unintended consequences that are going to have significant impact. And the reason why we chose this debate today was to ensure that the government heard loud and clear from across the House that where they do the right thing, we'll support, but where they need to, I'm not going to say U-turn, where they need to adjust their direction of travel, we will support that, because it benefits no one if we just chuck political grenades to no benefit of our communities. I'm going to just finish on the loss of confidence in businesses. Small businesses are closing, investors are leaving, inflation is rising, confidence is collapsing. I know there's a lack of direct business experience on the front bench, but that's neither here nor there. But I would urge the Minister to listen to those that have run businesses of whatever shape or size, because actually that life experience is what brings them value in this place. And actually, I know there's various economists and think tankers and all the rest of it on his side, but actually speaking to one friend who created a business employing 1,000 people, that is real life experience about actually how this government's decisions will influence or would have influenced his business projections and ambition. And my continual conversations with businesses at the moment are actually they are looking to shrink and be secure rather than expand and be ambitious. And that is not what the UK is about. We are outward looking and globally ambitious, and I wish this government success in hopefully getting to that point. Thank you.
Dr. Jeevan Sandhu.
Oh, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to rise and speak in this debate on the economy. Now, we know a nation where every single one of us can earn a decent life is a stronger nation. And that's exactly the kind of country this government is creating. Because today in this country, too many can't earn a decent life. Our nation is weaker as a result. And the task before us is to create that nation, a stronger nation, not the weaker and more divided one that some in this House would like to see and that they speak to time and time again. And I'll take the motion in good faith on the opposition, but I will say that each of the points is mistaken, and I will come to them, each of them, in due course. We do live in dangerous times, Madam Deputy Speaker. A third of us can't earn a decent living. And that is because the party opposite left us with some of the highest energy, housing and childcare costs in the world. They left us with a no-growth economy, with wages that did not grow for 14 years, the longest squeeze since Napoleon. And their hero, Margaret Thatcher, destroyed manufacturing in this country. The fastest deindustrialisation in the Western Europe. Non-graduates who can't get good jobs, who are now turning away from democracy itself. I'll start over here.
I'm on dangerous territory here, Madam Deputy Speaker. It ill behoves me to try and defend the party to my extreme right. But does he remember the note that was left by the Labour Chief Secretary to the Treasury in 2010 about all the money's gone?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was a very young man then, as it happened, so it was rather a long time ago. I believe the member over here would like to intervene as well. Or perhaps not anymore. Oh. Busy. Tweeting away. It's okay, don't worry about it. Madam Deputy... Oh, go on then.
I wondered, the honourable member talked about deindustrialisation. Can he remind me what happened to manufacturing share of the economy under the last Labour government? What did it go up?
Manufacturing has been falling in this country since Margaret Thatcher came here. And the lack of those manufacturing jobs, the inability for non-graduates to get a decent job, good jobs in this country, is precisely why they are turning away from democracy itself. And more than that as well, the fastest deindustrialisation in Western Europe. And on top of that, in a moment, on top of that, young people who cannot move out of their mum and dads, 40% of them, 18 to 35-year-olds living at home with mum and dad, and each of them, in a moment, each of them now turning away. I'll give way.
I just do want to continue on this point about deindustrialisation. Isn't it the case that manufacturing share of the economy dramatically fell under the last Labour government and then stayed the same under the last Conservative government?
Luckily, I will be getting back onto reindustrialising this economy and what this Labour government is doing right now. I'll turn now to the motion at hand. It doesn't really add up. Each point in turn. The motion speaks to employment. Employment today is higher than it was at the July election, as is youth employment as well. More people entering the labour market, less people off sick, and that is because we're getting waiting lists down. This motion speaks of businesses closing down. Over 230,000 have been created, a net increase of 10,000. When it comes to business rates, a permanent 40% reduction in business rates for high street shops. The Employment Rights Bill, which we are incredibly proud of on this side of the House. I will read directly from page 4 of the impact assessment. The package will be significantly positive for society, i.e. the benefits will outweigh the costs. It goes on, a direct and positive contribution to employment growth. Pro-worker, pro-business, pro-growth. That is the record and legacy of this Labour government. And where we differ from the party opposite, where we differ entirely and fundamentally, is that we do not believe that it is simply business owners and entrepreneurs that create wealth and create growth in this country. Every worker, every nurse, every doctor, every teacher, they create wealth in this nation. It is a joint enterprise between capital and labour to produce more. That is where we are. Our nation, a stronger nation, is one where each of us does well. And that is the country we are creating. In stark contrast to what they left us opposite. To get everyone to live a decent life, we need to get costs down. Firstly, we move on to costs. Now, members opposite across this House have spoken about inflation today. A third of today's increase in prices because of our energy costs. Why? Because we're dependent on natural gas that sets the price 98% of the time. Natural gas that's 50 to 75% more expensive than wind and solar. That is why we're investing in clean energy, cheaper energy that's secure for the long run, not just the next 5 or 10 years. We have some of the highest childcare costs in the world, and that is why the Chancellor put more money into it so everyone can get the childcare they need and get their bills down as well. Secondly, and to take the point from our member opposite, creating good jobs for non-graduates, building 1.5 million homes, GB Energy, warm homes, and the warm homes plan as well. That's good jobs for non-graduates. And thirdly, for young people, for our generation, building homes so we can actually move out of mum and dad's. That's how we create a better, stronger nation, where each of us can do well. Stronger because we produce more, stronger because we have a stake in each other's well-being, and stronger because we have a shared sense of purpose. These are some of the most dangerous times in our country for almost a century, where a third cannot earn enough to live, where non-graduates and the young see no prospect of a decent life, of being able to earn that decent life. They are turning away from democracy. What was despair and despondency is now becoming anger. And what we are up against now is those whose only answer is to tear everything down, to blame someone else for all of our problems. They seek to create division, and a divided nation is a weaker one. Division that leads to anger, and as we saw last summer, sometimes violence as well. We meet this moment with decency and determination. We meet it by creating a stronger nation where every single one of us can earn a decent life. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Damien Hines.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy, it's a pleasure to join in this, this lively debate. And it is small business that is the backbone of the economy in my constituency. In fact, 99.9% of businesses in East Hampshire are small or medium enterprises. We over-index on professional services, on retail, on... God, I thought there were a few here before. On information and communications, and of course on agriculture. And the biggest sectors for employment are in retail, health and care, and manufacturing. I'm starting to get a complex, Madam Deputy Speaker.
It's a magnificent
and I've heard from businesses in all of these sectors worried about the prospects for their business, for this economy, under this government. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I think there are two things that we always need to remember about business. And The first of those, in contrast to what the gentleman who is no longer in his, is no longer with temporarily, is no longer in his place, and I know will return. But contrary to what he said, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is in fact only business that can create the wealth, that creates the jobs, that makes the livelihoods, that generates the tax, which in turn makes those high-quality, brilliant public services which we also value and on which we rely. And the second thing I think we always should remember about business, and I would encourage ministers opposite always to remember this, is that in spite of, accountants talk about the entity concept or the entity principle, that a business is a separate entity from the people who run it. That may be true in an accounting sense, but actually in a broader sense, businesses are people. They are collections of people coming together to achieve something. The joint stock company was created to be able to share risk between different people. And the way that organisations work within companies is a way of increasing efficiency, increasing productivity relative to everybody doing their own thing as a sort of sole trader. And because businesses ultimately are people, Madam Deputy Speaker, ultimately there is no such thing as a tax on a business. Taxes can only ever ultimately fall on people. They fall, if there's a so-called business tax, it falls on one or more of three groups of people, either the business's customers, or the business's employees, or the business's owners. And when we say owner, I'll of course give way.
For giving way. He talks about the impact on people. A small business in my constituency in Fivehead has recently had to reduce her staff by 4. Small business, real impact. Small businesses create so much for our rural economies. So does he agree with me that the government should scrap the NIC rise and replace the broken business rates with a new, fairer funding system to boost our rural economies and jobs in our rural areas?
She makes very good points about small business, particularly rural small business, and I'm going to come on to talking about both about national insurance contributions and about business rates. But I just wanted to come back to this thing about taxes on business or ultimately taxes on people. And I think probably some of the, I was going to say some of them, there's not, maybe there were more than some of them were more, would say, well, if it's a tax on the owners, we don't mind because they're the capitalists, they can afford it. We need to remember that the owners of businesses are a mixture of institutional owners, which, by the way, includes like your mum's pension fund. And in the case of small businesses, actually, literally small business owners, quite often sole traders, sometimes family businesses. This is who we're talking about. But if it's not them, then it's either the customers or the employees. And I'm afraid we are going to see this effect with the national insurance contribution rise. That ultimately that tax is going to be felt by those two groups of people, and particularly, I'm afraid, by employees, by a mixture of wage suppression over time, possibly some actual job losses, but the bigger effect is not going to be about I think, job losses, but about jobs that are never created in the first place, and particularly among the youngest people and those furthest from the labour market, my honourable friend.
My right honourable friend's making a very good point. The government, when they brought in the national insurance contribution on employers, used this sleight of hand saying this isn't a tax on working people. But does he agree with me that the Office of Budget Responsibility, in their assessment of the impact, concluded that the overwhelming majority of that cost will be borne by the employees and not this national employer?
It will, and I repeat again, it can only be one of those three. And all the indications are there will be some price increases, so those costs will be felt by customers, by consumers, but all the indications are that actually the big effects are going to be in wage suppression and in employment.
And reduced economic growth.
And which ultimately, of course, also means slower economic growth. In the same way that taxes on business have ultimately land on people, also sometimes taxes which look like they're on people can have an effect on business. And I want to talk briefly about two of those. The first is, of course, the family farm tax. And, I mean, clearly a desperately ill-conceived measure, which I think, to be fair to Labour ministers, I think probably didn't realise at the time quite what they were doing. Certainly their representatives, their members of parliament representing rural seats, very quickly found out exactly what it was they were doing and the effect it would have. There is an alternative proposal on the table, which we know has been put by representatives of the sector to the Treasury, and as it's going to be this brilliant Treasury Minister winding up, I am sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, or at least I hope, that he will find it possible to share with this House the critique that the Treasury have of that alternative proposal, the so-called clawback proposal, which would be much fairer, and why they are rejecting it. But so the family farm tax has had quite a lot of debate in this House. The business property relief situation has had somewhat less, and it's not quite as acute in some ways as for the family farm tax, but there are also a number of parallels and similarities. So business property relief was put in place to create a level playing field between family-owned businesses and others, so that family-owned businesses were confident in investing in that business, knowing they would be able to pass it on within the family without having to incur a tax that no other business ownership model has to pay. Now, typically for these... Does he want to give away? So typically these businesses will not have large amounts of net cash or liquid assets to be able to settle that tax bill upon the demise of the owner. Yeah. And of course they are not listed shares. Absolutely. So there is no market typically for those. You have to have a theoretical valuation because that you can't value the shares, but it's likely to come up with a figure which is considerably higher than the amount that could actually be realised in the event of a sale. The net effect of all this is that it is very likely that not all, but a substantial number of firms in this situation, which, and bear in mind again, this relief was created specifically to stop family firms having to be broken up, you will find large numbers of them being bought up either in whole or parts of them by foreign owners or private equity. And Madam Deputy Speaker, is that really what a new Labour government had in mind?
Him giving way. Labour used to agree with this. After all, am I right in saying that it was a Labour government in 1976 that actually generated this policy in the first place?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll have to forgive me. I don't have the history to my fingertips, but this is a relief which has been recognised over the years. It's been looked at, by the way, of course, in the past. Treasury officials always, I have been one myself, a Treasury Minister, you always get presented with the various things you could do. But generally speaking, when many people before you have found good reasons to keep something, it's a good idea to wonder about what those reasons might have been. Madam Deputy Speaker, overall, this government's changes in the business taxation regime are going to affect very large numbers of sectors, but particularly those which are labour intensive. And all of us for our constituencies could name, hospitality, retail and care, the three kind of really big volume employers in the country. In my constituency, I'd also mention nurseries and pubs specifically, and hair and beauty businesses. And of course, there are sector-specific pressures in different sectors. With nurseries, for example, the issue is around the unit rate per child per hour that is provided and whether that is sufficient. And many of my nurses just say it simply is not sufficient to cover the cost at a time when entitlements to nursery care are increasing. In the hair sector, there's long been this issue about those that have created the business with employees and their ability to compete with others who are below the VAT threshold and so on. But in what the new government has done, it is the confluence of four things that is creating the headache, the big headache. First of all, of course, so the national living wage going up is a good thing, the £12.21. That is a good thing in and of itself. We absolutely support people on lower wages having their wages rising. But it is that happening at the same time as all these other things that cause the problem. I won't talk in detail about national insurance contributions because others have, but particularly the effect of that on part-time employees. And the government ought to acknowledge also the gender differential effect that comes with that, which we've heard little about. Business rates. I heard two Labour MPs, Madam Deputy Speaker, today saying business rates have gone down for retail and hospitality businesses. The Minister himself and then somebody over there said, try telling that Try telling that to those businesses, unless he's going to tell me he has told that to his local retailers and pubs. Go ahead.
The point I think we'll make on this side of the House, the temporary reduction of business rates that you put in during COVID, like so much else, you didn't fund beyond those years. So we made a permanent reduction of 40% for the future.
I think it's good etiquette to use the word you if you speak through the chair, which just dampens the tone a little bit. Damien Hines.
I shall suitably dampen, Madam Deputy Speaker, but at a time when you're changing the relief from 75% to 40%, try telling those businesses, who are also facing the national insurance contributions increase and all the other cost increases, try telling them you are reducing their bill when clearly it's going up. I'm conscious I've gone on quite a while. I do want to wind up. Of course, the fourth of the four, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the Employment Rights Bill. And of course, on the face of it, you call something an Employment Rights Bill, who's not going to like that? It sounds like a very positive thing. But the point is the effect that this is going to have, particularly on seasonal businesses who might otherwise be taking on somebody at Christmas time or in the summertime, and the hospitality businesses and the travel and the events businesses that rely upon that. The National Health Service, who will have to deal for the first time with some of these considerations. It turns out the National Health Service is a considerable user of 0 hours contracts, for example, to be able to, by the way, not as someone's first job, usually it is someone's second job, to be able to vary according to what the demands are in that hospital or clinic. The shift that we are likely to see, and I'd be interested, I know he's a Labour economist in both senses, the small L and big L senses of the word, and it'd be interesting to hear his comments on this. The shift that we are likely to see from permanent to temporary contracts, and the shift that we are already starting to see in companies moving from contracted, salaried employees to relying on agency workers. Forgive me. And finally, the effect it's going to have on the job opportunities, the removal of job opportunities for those furthest from the labour market, perhaps those who have been out of work for a long time, perhaps ex-offenders, for whom it feels like more of a risk as an employer, and most of all for those young people. And that is the big concern, Madam Deputy Speaker, with this package of measures, is the effect on unemployment, especially youth unemployment. And we've heard from this government today the first in what I hope is a series of U-turns over the winter fuel payments. And I would just ask them, please, when they look at what is happening and what is going to happen in our small businesses, in the unemployment statistics, please, Madam Deputy Speaker, will they think again?
Ewan Yang.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Member for South West Hertfordshire mentions my work before I came to this place. And in my work at the Financial Times, I spoke to business leaders every day. Since my election to this place, I've had the honour of speaking to many of the businesses in my constituency of Earley and Woodley. In the last month, that's ranged from the small shopkeepers in Whitley in South Reading to the leaders of Sanofi, the pharmaceutical company that's one of the biggest listed companies in the world that's also headquartered in my constituency. And the topics that they want to talk about again and again are threefold. It's trade and prices, it's industrial strategy, and it's infrastructure. And those are the areas that come up again and again for me when speaking to my local businesses and when speaking to my Chamber of Commerce, the Thames Valley Chamber of Commerce, because businesses, unlike the Conservative Party, have to be forward-looking. They have to have a vision of the future and where they'll fit into it. And so I'll concentrate on those three areas today. And firstly, trade. So many of my constituency have thoroughly welcomed the trade deals that the government has done over the last 2 weeks, not just with the EU, but also with the US and with India. It's small businesses in Reading and across the UK that have suffered from the bundled Brexit in 2019 that the previous government pulled off. That have suffered from the increased trade frictions, the red tape and the bureaucracy, which for smaller companies is an increasingly large part of their overheads, and it's more difficult for small retailers who are doing import-export businesses to handle. I heard that again and again on the doorstep from the many entrepreneurs in my constituency during the general election, and I know already from speaking to residents last weekend how much the trade deal with the EU is so deeply welcomed. It will decrease food prices here, it will decrease the inflation of food prices here in the UK and give opportunities to those exporting into the EU. And that is also true for the deals with the US and with India, which will create and save many jobs across the country. Secondly, on industrial strategy. The Thames Valley is one of the biggest destinations for life sciences foreign direct investment across Europe. And I'm very proud to say that the life sciences companies I've spoken to are tremendously excited about the opportunities brought by the Life Sciences White Paper and by the industrial strategy that will be unveiled next month. That is because in an age where countries across the world, from the US to India to Japan, are unveiling their industrial strategies, we cannot afford not to compete on the same stage. We have to decide as a country where we fit into the global supply chain and what our comparative advantages are and what we'll invest in. And I'm so glad that our government is doing that. And that is what the multinationals headquartered in my constituency want to hear. And finally, on infrastructure. I'm very proud that my constituency in the Thames Valley is in the fastest growing region in the UK outside of London. And the Thames Valley is one of the fastest growing regions, not because there's something in the water, although these days with Thames water you can never tell, but because of the infrastructure. That means that we are close to Heathrow, we are close on the M4 to many major cities, to London, and we have the Elizabeth line and we have the rail links that bring us into connection with so many ports and other cities across the UK. And that infrastructure is paid for and is funded by the government. That infrastructure isn't just the physical infrastructure, but the services, the schools and hospitals that mean that families want to move to our area and want to build their lives there and bring their professional skills there. And that's why I continue to press for the investment in the NHS that we sorely need and in our local Royal Berkshire Hospital. I will take that yes.
Sorry, I know the Honourable Member was just about to conclude, but I think it's notable that she decided not to talk about hospitality, leisure and retail businesses in her constituency, or private schools, or all sorts of other industries. Other businesses that are talking to me and are deeply worried about the policies of this government. I wonder if the Honourable Member would like to reflect on the impact to smaller businesses in the retail hospitality space.
The member for his intervention, and then the first business that I mentioned in my speech were the small shopkeepers in Whitley, the retail businesses who want to keep their food prices low, who are dependent on imports from the EU predominantly, and want to make sure that their customers get a good deal, and I support that very, very much. Yeah. So those are the three areas that businesses speak to me about regularly, and those are the areas that I hope our government agenda will continue to reflect. But I can't help but touch on one final area that the Shadow Minister brought up, which is the area of employment. Because I do think that it is on this area of employment rights that the Conservative Party sadly show whose side they're really on. When they purport to talk about the benefits to young people, it is young people in my constituency in the University of Reading who stand to benefit from the increase in the minimum wage and who are the most glad for this very popular policy and for the employment rights that they'll benefit from in the employment rights bill. I'm about to draw to a close, but thank you. And so does young people who are both the future and also who need a rise in their wages because of the cost of living, because of the living standards crisis that we face across this country. And the University of Reading, which both employs those young people, but also is a source of education for those young people, can see that as an employer, it is better that all employers lift their standards so that they are not undercut by other employers seeking a race to the bottom. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy, I will finish now. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud today to talk about businesses and the real issues on the agenda of businesses, and I do not see those reflected in the Opposition Day agenda that I hear from the Conservative Party. I hope that this government will continue to raise for living costs.
That the Honourable Lady is not giving way, and she's about to conclude. Ewan Yang.
I hope this government will continue to make progress both on living standards and on growth that benefits all parts of our economy.
Dave Dugan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to speak in such an important issue. Glad to be here speaking up for Scottish constituents. I can see one of my Conservative colleagues is going to be speaking up for his Scottish constituents. Nobody over there's turned up to speak for their Scottish constituents in this issue. Want to start with the good bits. Now that we've got that done, we'll get into the meat of it. Predominantly, as have been touched on, is the real incredibly wrong-headed break on investment and enterprise, which is the jobs tax on national employers' national insurance. I don't think it is a sleight of hand. I think it goes beyond that. To say that employers' national insurance is not a tax on working people. It stretches disingenuousness to its absolute limits. And it's also counterproductive. The £23 billion, whatever the government's target was to take in from employers on that, has already been attrited well down below £10 billion. And if they were actually to do the right thing by hospices, it would go down even further. A massive burden for a very modest gain for the Treasury, and that doesn't take into account the consequential costs of imposing such a burden on businesses and employers. The impact's already been felt in care homes in Scotland, with 5 closing ahead of this disaster for enterprise. And the ONS have predicted that 25,000 jobs will be lost across the United Kingdom as a result. I remember when this was introduced, I spoke to one of my local pubs in Angus and Perthshire Glens, and jokingly asked when I ordered a pint if the penny was already off the pint yet. And he said, yes, it is, and I've stuck on another 20 for your national insurance increase. And I think that speaks, although that's anecdotal, Madam Deputy Speaker, it speaks to the gulf in understanding between UK Government Treasury ministers and the real economy that actually makes things tick. We've got a calculation by the Scottish Government, Madam Deputy Speaker, which estimates on average that this will cost £850 per job per year in Scotland. I see no particular reason except for the Scottish living wage and the slight difference in tax regime, income tax regime in Scotland. It will be broadly the same across the whole of the United Kingdom economy. Utterly unrealistic. And the genesis of this, of course, is the UK government's insistence that they had no idea that there was a £22 billion black hole, which there probably was, although they probably made about a third of that with what they decided to do when they came into government. But the point of the matter is, it's that brazen willingness by the Labour Party to reinvent reality, barefaced reinvention of reality, by saying they didn't know there was a multi-billion-pound black hole in the UK's public finances, despite being engaged on it repeatedly in debate at the election. What were they debating if they didn't think it was real? So it's totally disingenuous. Now, inflation jumped up again 3.5% in April, up from 2.6% in March. Not caused by an economy firing on all cylinders, not caused by a rejuvenated consumer sector high on the output from a new government full of ideas and creativity. No, not any of that which is driving inflation. It's driven by electricity prices, gas prices and water bills, which consumers can do little or nothing about, but which they're still having to fight to pay on top of higher interest rates as the Bank of England tries to get on top of inflation in a deeply dysfunctional economy. The government should seek to address the actual drivers of inflation, take on those energy prices, because let's forget, it's not that long ago we were promised at the election a £300 reduction in energy bills. Not like maybe or around or anything of that nature. Vote Labour, you'll get a £300 reduction in your energy bills. And what's happened? In less than a year, they've gone up by £281. So energy is almost £600 higher for consumers, emptying their bank accounts and driving inflation. And what's Labour's response to that? They say, well, that's because of our reliance on gas. Well, we were reliant on gas before the election as well. So there's two possible reasons for that to have happened, Madam Deputy Speaker. They were playing fast and loose with the truth, or they didn't understand how energy on GB works. I know which one I think it is, but either way, it doesn't reflect well on this Labour Party. Under a year, business confidence falling, job losses and unemployment rising, borrowing costs soaring, prices rising, sluggish growth, rampant inflation. Chancellor says, when speaking about growth at the beginning of this year, that she's very pleased that that's happened, and she says she's got more to do. Well, God help business if she's got more to do. We've seen quite enough damage in the first 9 months of this Labour government. I want to turn to agricultural property relief, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the Garden of Scotland, there is Angus and Perthshire Glens, and I'll take no dispute on that fact, that we have some of the most productive agricultural land on these islands. And as you would anticipate with some of the most productive agricultural land on these islands, we have extremely high-performing food producers who invest heavily in the latest technology and equipment, who make sure that there is a tremendous return on investment so that they get the best yields possible, so that they can drive down prices and deliver good value food for tables across these islands and beyond. And what's going to happen now with agricultural property relief? What is the signal that that's sending out to farms and farm businesses to invest in their farms so that they have to give it all away when somebody dies? We have people in Angus Perthshire Glens, and it will be the same everywhere else across the United Kingdom, older farm owners who are now petrified of dying. What an ignominious, invidious position for any government to put the people who produce our food into. It's incorrigible, and I say with as much sincerity as I can muster to the Minister, that he should quietly, with his colleagues in the Treasury, in the spending review or some other opportunity, you call it a review, call it what you like, but call off the dogs from our farming businesses up and down these islands. They deserve better than that. Not unrelated, of course, is business property relief, and we've heard some of the testimony from other honourable and right honourable members on the necrotic effect that has on investor confidence. There's a really good reason why large-scale family businesses are really good for economies, and especially local economies. They employ local people, they headquarter locally, they try as much as possible to establish and stand up their supply chains locally. They sell nationally and internationally. It's a virtuous conveyor of capital from out with to within. It's excellent for the economy. It's far better than the same economic output from a PLC, although PLCs, of course, have their role. But what businesses, large-scale businesses in Scotland and elsewhere are speaking to me about is, again, that disincentive to invest. Now, for a government whose state, I'll be very happy to give way.
Yeah, the Family Business UK say that 55% of businesses have paused or even cancelled planned investments due to the government's plans to cap business property relief. Does he agree with me that the government should delay the planned BPR changes and conduct a thorough consultation and an impact assessment?
I can't help but agree with my honourable friend. I think, at the very least, that's what the government should do. Because, to be fair, and other members have said that too, it can't be easy forming a new government. It certainly doesn't look easy. But any new government must come in and make decisions and quietly think, I wish we hadn't done that. And APR in particular, I'm certain, was put under the nose of a minister by a civil servant on the full expectation that the minister would have the wit to say, we're not going there, we're absolutely not doing that. And blimmin' heck, they've gone and done it. I'm sure that's what the civil servant said when they walked away. Oh God, we never expected that. And so it is with business property relief as well. Because the consequences, and again like that, the cost-benefit relationship between what they're doing to the enterprise and to business and what they're going to accrue to the Treasury is out of all kilter. The damage is way in excess of the potential accrual, and that's before behavioural changes are brought into effect. And I was just speaking to a large-scale potato farmer near Kirriemuir in my constituency recently, who's got massive cold storage, which is a vital element of potato production so that you can keep it there in tip-top condition and make sure that the supermarkets are supplied as and when, just in time. I mean, I sometimes think the government think farmers are, trotting around in their tractors chewing on a bit of straw. These are really switched-on businesses that are doing the utmost to keep food prices down. We have some of the lowest food prices in Europe, and that doesn't happen by not investing seriously massive sums in capital and equipment. And the government at a stroke has catastrophically disincentivised that very behaviour that helps keep food prices down and is anti-inflationary. And look what's going to happen with that. I'm very happy to give way.
Well, member for giving way. Does he agree with me that the changes to agricultural property relief and business property relief will raise relatively small amounts for the Treasury, they'll have a devastating effect on those businesses. And the reason they're being brought in is because government ministers have no idea how small businesses and farmers operate.
I mean, I do agree. I'd rather not agree, but I do agree. And that's why I'm imploring the Treasury Minister in his place to have whatever private conversations ministers have in their departments about, this is one of the ones we've got wrong. Can't you turn on everything, and can't roll back on everything, but honestly, agricultural property relief and business property relief is an absolute landmine for businesses to be pulled across by this government. And I hope, I mean, he doesn't even have to address it in his summing up. Just go back and quietly look at it again and have a review, kick it into the long grass at least. I want to speak very quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker. I probably won't have too many supporters in the chamber, no change there then, on this issue. And it's that of quantitative tightening from the Bank of England. I've raised this a couple of times with the Chancellor, and she talks about all manner of things, none of which is quantitative tightening in response. But the overzealous nature of the Bank of England's disposing of government bonds is hugely costly to the Exchequer. There is no need for the rate of quantitative tightening that the Central Bank of the United Kingdom is undertaking. It's not replicated by other central banks. Even if they were to go to passive model of quantitative tightening, it would have substantial multi-billion-pound savings for the Exchequer at a time when the Chancellor, returning from China, was getting excited about £600 million for the whole UK economy over 5 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, £600 million isn't even the annual budget of my local health board in Angus and Perthshire Glens. And so if those types of numbers are important to the Chancellor, then the total quantitative tightening cost of £45 billion since 2022 should really be further up her red box to pay attention. I'm very happy to give way.
I'm very grateful. I was just going to point out to the honourable member that the size of the sum involved, and then he went on to mention it himself, but this is translating a theoretical loss into a real one, guaranteed by the Treasury with taxpayers' money. So I think the honourable member is definitely onto something.
I thank the honourable member for his reassurance, particularly that I actively didn't anticipate any reassurance. But total costs for quantitative tightening are projected to be in the region of £130 billion, all borne by the taxpayer of the United Kingdom. And the one relevant thing the Chancellor did say to me when I raised this with her during Treasury questions was that she highly values the operational independence of the Bank of England, and so do I. That doesn't mean you can't chat to them about what's patently unnecessary and extremely expensive to the public purse. Just finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on immigration, I think we see a very unsavoury lurch to the right from a Labour government on immigration. It's quite clear, and I won't rake over those coals, that the Prime Minister regrets some of his more florid language around about immigration. And the Chancellor has provided no costings, no analysis of this dangerous policy that's been dreamt up on the back of a fag packet. Scotland has a declining birth rate. Many parts of the rest of the United Kingdom have a declining birth rate.